institution builder who had the career of generations of students. His sad demise is an irreparable loss to all of us in the techno fraternity. We from NITRAA are privileged to have the august presence of all of you. We are grateful to Madam Misra and Dr. Samir Misra, son of Prof. Somnath Misra, for agreeing to join our Shraddhanjali. The virtual meeting is further enhanced by the presence of our dear Professor K. Umamaheswar Rao, Director of NIT Rourkela, our alma mater. We are extremely thankful to all the 35 number of stalwarts who had sent their confirmation to speak based on our request. Ashutosh, our General Secretary, will request as per the sequence. Apart from this, those who are interested to speak are requested to mention their name and email in the chat box. We will take up these names once the list of 35 stalwarts are complete, anticipating cooperation from all of you. Thanking you. Over to Ashutosh for further continuity.
Thank you, sir. So I now welcome Dr. Samir Misra, the son of late Professor Somnath Misra, who grew up in Rourkela, did his schooling in Rourkela, and had his MBBS from SCB Medical College, finishing in 1989. He went to US after that and did his residency, the postgraduate training in internal medicine. He has been working in New York City since 1994 as an attending physician at the Queen's Hospital Center, board certified in internal medicine by the American Board of Internal Medicine. He is married with 3 children. I now request Dr. Samir Misra to speak few words. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. So, first of all, good evening, everyone. My name, as he already pointed out, is Samir Misra. I'm the only son of late Professor Somnath Misra. First of all, my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to the organizers of NITRAA for organizing this virtual meeting to pay tribute to my father's memory and his legacy. I wish to thank all the speakers who have agreed to speak here. I will let the other speakers speak about my father's legacy as a teacher, as an educator, and as an administrator. As you all probably know this aspect of him much better than I do. I will just say a few words about him as a father to me and my sister Sunita. Always loving, always supportive in everything that we wanted to do, instilled in us a great sense of discipline, a great sense of moral rightness, high moral values, respect for others. Growing up in the REC campus back in the late 70s and early 80s, which I must add, till date remains the happiest phase of my life. I was always made aware of my father's stellar academic career by everybody that I interacted with and by elders and people that I spoke with. This was a great source of inspiration, not just for me, but for my sister throughout our lives, and continues to be so, always inspiring us to strive to do the best that we can. I have, in the last few days, gotten an idea of the impact that my father had on the lives of his so many students who are scattered all over the globe. This is by reading the numerous messages that I've seen on Facebook, on WhatsApp, on numerous telephone calls, and on numerous visits to our residence here in Civil Township, Rourkela. And this really fills my heart with joy and, further reiterates what I always thought, that my father really did touch many lives in many ways. And I'm sure, all of those people must be wishing their best for him and for his memory and for his legacy. And these are the people who will go on in future years to inspire others and hence carry the legacy forward. I once again, from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of my mother, Mrs. Susoma Misra, and my sister Sunita, thank all the organizers of NITRAA and all the speakers who have kindly agreed to talk here and pay tribute to my father's legacy. Since there are many other speakers, I will stop here, and I will very much like to hear and listen what the others have to say. Thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you, sir. Following on, I request the Director of NIT Rourkela, Professor Ram. Sir, please.
Hello, I think I'm audible to everyone. With a very heavy heart, I, on behalf of NIT Rourkela family, as well as on my personal behalf, joining today in this meeting of condolence of Professor Somnath Misra, a visionary and who is one of the main persons who has built this glorious institution of national importance. Professor Misra has left a legacy behind him, and the void created by his demise can never be filled. Professor Somnath Misra, an outstanding academician. His accomplishments are many, and a few notable ones, and then which are very commonly known to everyone with whomever he has interacted. Biobunch gold medal from Utkal University in the year 1956, and DIISc from IISc Bangalore in 1958, Masters and Doctorate from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, US in 1963, and he was a research nuclear physicist in Union Carbide Corporation, and further he was to serve the nation that he has come back, and then he has joined as a faculty member in the Department of Metallurgy and Material Science in Banaras University. There he became the youngest faculty of the professor of the department. And then later he joined REC Rourkela, and then in 1974, and then he was the principal for 22 long years. It was during his tenure that REC got the national importance, and it has started many engineering disciplines. To name a few, computer sciences is one department, undergraduate program at REC Rourkela, and then even mining engineering is another undergraduate program which he has taken the lead during his tenure. Apart from, there were many MTech programs which are initiated during Professor Somnath Misra's time. NIT Rourkela will always remember his services to the institution and the services to the city Rourkela. And then भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि प्रोफेसर मिश्रा का आत्मा को शांति मिले. ओम शांति शांति शांति.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Padma Shri N.R. Mahanti, the former CMD of HAL of 1965 Mechanical Engineering. Padma Shri N.R. Mahanti, sir. Yes, sir. We are able to see you. So I request you to share your few words.
Hello. Can you hear
Good
me?
evening.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are able to hear you. Please, sir.
I am.
Hopefully you are able to hear me.
Yes, sir.
Director Professor Rao, my friends, Dr. Shamir, and President of NITRAA, our alumni association, and his colleagues. NITRAA has arranged this event today to pay our homage to our beloved principal, Professor Somnath Misra. We are indeed very lucky that many alumni, not only from India, but from other parts of the globe, particularly from USA, are present today, and they're trying to pay their homage. If I start talking about Professor Misra, about his scholastic achievements and contribution to this institute of ours, one has to talk volumes. With the paucity of time or the time allotted to me, I thought instead of going into that, I'll share with you some anecdotes. I have met Professor Misra many times in the last few years. The past meeting with Professor Misra was sometimes towards the end of 1970s. I was working at that time in Hindustan Aeronautics at Koraput Division. I had led a team to go to our alma mater to select some of the graduate engineers. Friends, I want to tell you that Professor Misra, in particular, as the principal, he has made our visit to the institute very, very comfortable. After the selection process was over, I took the appointment with Professor Misra to brief him about the selection, what we have done. I met him in his office with my team, and I briefed him how the students have performed. I told sir, if you remember, in 1961, when I joined the REC, Rourkela, I must inform you that there are no girl students in our batch. But today, when I was interviewing the students in the final year batch, there are plenty of girl students, very bright, very smart, and we have selected few of them. He gave a smile and told me, Mr. Mohanty, our Chief Minister, Mr. Biju Patnaik, has issued a directive telling that 30% of the students should be the girl student every year. We're inducting 30% students from all over India. They're very bright. They're doing quite well. But unfortunately, when the industries are coming for the campus selection, they're not selecting the girls, only the boys. And probably it is only Mohanty who is selecting the girl students. I gave a smile and I mentioned that, sorry, there is a reason for that. Because you will be happy to note that I have got 2 kids and both are girls. Probably I am a little partial to the girl students. Friends, I want to share with you the hearty laugh of Professor Misra. This is absolutely true. Friends, what I want to emphasize that his concern for the institute and how he is trying to see that everybody without caste, creed, or sex must get an opportunity. The second thing what I want to share is in HL premises, and that too in HL Koraput division. This was in 2001. I had just taken over as the chairman of Hindustan Aeronautics. This was my first visit to Koraput factory. I reached in the evening, and those people, they have arranged a dinner for me. And the general manager came to invite me. And in the process, he told me that Professor Somnath Misra is here in the division with his family. I was really surprised. I rushed to the venue. Believe me, when I entered the place, Professor Somnath Misra, who was sitting in a sofa, came rushing towards me and hugged me. It was a thrilling experience. I found that Madame Misra, his wife, was standing behind. So I told Professor Misra that I want to give a surprise to you. You may not be knowing that Mrs. Misra is my classmate. Sushmaji and myself were studying in Ravensa together for 2 years. In 1961, I left Ravensa to join Harish Raurkala. He took me aside and to his wife and told, "You'll be very happy that your friend Nalini has become the chairman of HL." We had a long chat that evening. And in the course of the discussion, by that time he has visited the plant, he was so happy to see the technology what was adopted in Koraput, particularly in our forge and foundry shops. He was thrilled to see how the employees, particularly the Adipasi boys, they are handling the investment casting, DS blades. Of course, at that time, we have not gone for the single crystal blades, which we are doing today. What I'm trying to emphasize today, that his love for technology, his love for the products what are produced from HL and from Harish Raurkala, what type of job they are doing in a aero engine factory like Koraput. The last thing I want to share with you, he was from the Puri Jilla school. 3 of his school friends who were working in HL as my colleagues, all of them have retired, and one of his friends has settled in Bangalore. He was staying with his son, a wonderful person, as Professor Somnath Misra, probably all his friends are very good people, very human. I used to meet one of his friends, Mr. Kamlesh Dwivedi. Every time we meet, probably a couple of minutes, we talk about Professor Misra. He informed me that in the school days, Professor Misra was a great football player. And not only he was a great scholar, but a good football player. Why I'm telling this story to all of you? Because how many of us today remember our school friends? He used to ring up to him on many occasions to inquire about his health and his well-being. He's a great human being. His contribution is immense and huge. One can, as I said in the beginning, one can talk about him for hours together. But I remember one thing which was taught in our childhood, that Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakyat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namo. Hey Gurudev, I'm sure you are participating in this event. You are watching every one of us. I extend my salutation and offer my pranam to you with folded hands. Thank you, friends. Great honor to participate in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I now request Professor Damodar Acharya, the former director, IIT Kharagpur and Mechanical Engineering 1970 batch. Over to you, sir, Professor Damodar Acharya.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Director, Professor Rao, Dr. Misra, great son of Professor Somnath Misra, my esteemed faculty members of NIT Rourkela present, and my NITRAA friends. It is indeed a sort of, rather I should say, I was really shocked when I first came to know that Professor Somnath Misra is no more. Frankly speaking, Professor Somnath Misra joined much later. Then I left actually NIT Rourkela. But one thing that actually I know about Professor Misra, and that too from his school friends, who later happened to be my student, and in Puri Jilla School, they were actually school friends. He is also no more. He is Dr. Gopal Chandra Mitra. Every time that we meet, he used to talk about his brilliance and how he has never stood second in his life in whatever that he did. And NIT Rourkela is really fortunate to have a brilliant scholar like him, an excellent administrator, to be in the helm of the affairs for nearly 22 years. Almost 25% of his life is spent as principal of our revered institution, REC Rourkela. Now, to understand actually his contribution, we have to little go back. When it was REC, the institution was getting part support from the state government and part from the center. But the entire, administrative responsibilities were with the state. And in that situation, in that period, we are not getting also that much of funding as we are getting now after becoming NIT. Even with all these restrictions, and particularly the interference from the state, Professor Misra did so much for the institute. We all remember it, and all times to come, people will remember. He was definitely ahead of his time. He was responsible for starting computer science program, electronics program, MCA program, then if I remember correctly, mining program and ceramic program during his period. He could forge a sort of alliance with UK and develop all this excellent facility in NIT Rourkela. And I do remember some of our students from IIT Kharagpur used to come to NIT Rourkela to use those facilities. And he was also responsible for starting industry-oriented MTech program along with CEL. I think these are all great things that actually he has done in spite of all limitations. Now, so far as my acquaintance with him is concerned, it was not really that frequent, but when he joined as a professor, chair professor in IIT Kharagpur, I had a couple of occasions to meet him, and I was simply amazed by his actually depth of understanding, his concern for the education, students, and research. He was an amazing person. Now, let us also not forget one thing. He became principal at the young age of around 37, 38, and came from one of the best institutions, apart from its studies, that is Indian Institute of Science and MIT. But in those days, the best institution in metallurgy was BHU. He left actually that and provided the leadership to this institution, that is REC Rourkela, for next 22 years. This only shows his commitment and love from our alma mater, NIT Rourkela. And with actually these few words, I will really like to pay my sincere homage to late Professor Somnath Misra. Namaste, sir. Namaste. Namaste. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor Baradakanta Misra, the director of IIT Goa, 1981 batch metallurgy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashutosh. First of all, I was deeply saddened that day when I came to know that Professor Somnath Misra is no more. And that very day, I had to give a talk in our engineering academy. That talk I dedicated to Professor Misra. I had a personal as well as a professional relationship with Professor Misra. When in 1976, we joined REC Rourkela, we were the Crystal Jubilee batch, and some of my friends are also here. Professor Misra, at that time, I think that was his second year as principal of REC. And we used to discuss about him in our hostels, such a handsome looking man and, exceedingly good looking, I would say. At the same time, he was so brilliant. And that was the talk in hostel. Of course, his style of administration, enthusiasm for learning, and in particular, his decency. And that part really fueled my interest into academics. And those days, right after emergency, when we went ahead and came to know our seniors, I would recall, and many would agree, that some of the best memories were linked to going to his house and requesting him to postpone our exams. And he would never agree. And he would somehow or other convince us that we are Lincolnians and we should not do this and we should take exams. He had a very interesting career. It's already mentioned here, Indian Institute of Science, and then went to MIT. What is not mentioned here is that he never stood second. And that's the teacher we had. And he taught us first course of material science and then, of course, a part course in thermodynamics. Returning back to India in 1993, I was given this task of teaching undergrads at IIT Kanpur, the material science course, and there was a lot of anxiety that time within me. And I met his colleague, Professor Aindra Ghosh, who was doing his PhD at MIT and then returned back to IIT Kanpur. And I asked him, how tough is this course? He said, who taught you material science? I said, Professor Misra. Then he said, you would have no problem. And indeed, after teaching that course, I was in the director's list. Then about research, I must say that those days, I think when he was in BHU, he started working on these non-equilibrium materials. And I took up non-equilibrium materials research at IIT Kanpur. The person who did PhD is currently teaching at NIT Rourkela. And when I met him, that was IIM Golden Jubilee year in 1996. Professor Mohanty, Dr. Mohanty mentioned the three in the context of meeting Professor Misra. It was the same thrill I got when I met him after returning from US. He clearly, I saw the happiness and everything in his face, and he said that I track all my students, and I knew you had come back and you have joined IIT Kanpur. And then in 2008, of course, the talk that he gave in Delhi, that time, my fascination into the world of metallurgy was a classic for all of us, those who were young that time into this teaching profession, would remember that talk. That was fantastic. And, you know, as a teacher and, you know, as an administrator, I haven't come across somebody else as good as he was. And he, at NIT Rourkela, he gave particular emphasis and groomed those younger faculty members. And one of them came to US and met me, and he talked quite a lot about Professor Misra and how he helped him to secure this position in US. Other than that, he created research infrastructure where funding was hardly available to NITs. And also he had that vision to put NIT in the global map. So that was something that no one would have thought in those days. So in short, I would say that I would honor Professor Misra by following his example of good leadership. And I have been doing that. He was a brilliant metallurgist, I would say, and an even more wonderful person. Professor Misra was my mentor and visionary in many ways. I'll forever be grateful for knowing him and learning from him. Professor Misra will be remembered with great fondness. Thank you, and I convey my condolences to his family, and in particular, Professor Mrs. Misra. Thank you very much. Om Shanti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Sri Madhusudan Padi, IAS, Additional Chief Secretary, Odisha Language, Literature and Culture Department, Government of Odisha, and 1984 Metallurgy Batch. Request Padi sir to share his words.
Namaskar. Respected Professor Rao, respected President Ashok Bhai, Dr. Samir Misra, Madam Misra, and Secretary Asutosh, all my seniors who are present in this meeting, and friends. It is indeed a shocking news that when we got this news a few days back about sad demise of Professor Misra. My first impression of Professor Somnath Misra in the college was that of an anglicized, stylish, and authoritative principal, of course, handsome and very lucid principal. He was from metallurgy faculty. He taught us a paper in physical metallurgy in our third year, probably in 5th semester. Academically, he was brilliant, as mentioned by Bardavai just before, and also Damdar sir, that he never stood second in his life, whether it is in Odisha or in ISC Bangalore or at MIT. We always felt that he could have risen much further than the principal REC, where with his background, talent, and capability, but he chose to stay in Rourkela, REC Rourkela, probably for the betterment of the institute. And he was a great orator with complete command over the language, and the content of his speeches were always relevant to the context. After retirement, he worked for I think a year and a half with the Biju Patnaik National Steel Institute at Puri as director, under Union Steel Ministry, and but then he left. I met him a couple of times in CT when he was there, and he came to speak to the students of CT on a couple of occasions. And he would always meet with a lot of warmth and affection. And when our batch celebrated our silver jubilee in December 2009 in NIT Rourkela, he was our chief guest, and he spoke glowingly about our batch, which was really an amalgamation of the 5-year and 4-year courses. He clearly remembered few of the incidents pertaining to our batch and how mischievous we were, and thanked us for contributing 3 faculty members to NIT Rourkela in his speech. The accent, the style, and the language were all there in his brilliant speech on that occasion. In his death, we have lost one of the giants of our youth, who remained and who will always remain as an icon in our imagination throughout our lives. My heart goes out to Madam Misra, Dr. Samir, and his sister Sunita, who may be blessed by Lord to overcome this massive loss. My prayers for the departed soul to rest in peace and bless us wherever he is from above. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti.
Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Nikunj Dhal, IAS, Principal Secretary, Energy, Odisha, 1990 batch mechanical, to share his words.
Thank you, Asutosh. Namaskar to everyone. Respected Director, NIT Rourkela, Professor Rao, Dr. Samir Misra, my esteemed seniors from REC batch, dear Rinkalians and dear Nitrans. Actually, the passing of Professor Somnath Misra is a great loss for all of us. We know how much he loved his students and how much he loved our alma mater. In fact, until our batches, we were the Silver Jubilee batch. I think REC was synonymous with Professor Misra, and Professor Misra was synonymous with REC Rourkela. While I take this opportunity to express my deepest condolences to Madam Susma Misra, Dr. Samir Misra, Sunita, and all the family members, and pray Lord Jagannath to bless the noble soul of Professor Somnath Misra. At the same time, I also feel so proud that we got the opportunity to study in an institution which was led by Professor Misra for more than 2 decades. In fact, he lived a full life. Another great son of Puri district, Gopabandhu wrote, Manava Jivana Nuhai Kevada, Varsa Masa Dina Danda, Karme Jie Nara, Karma Ekatara, Jivanara Manadanda. A man does not live by how many years of he spent on this earth, rather, what work did he do for the society? In fact, my seniors from REC, they have already spoken about the contribution of Professor Misra to the growth of REC Rourkela, or now NIT Rourkela. In fact, my first interaction with him was before I became a student of REC Rourkela. He was sitting in the counseling session held in UC Burla. I was probably the 3rd or the 4th student who was called for counseling, and I had chosen mechanical engineering as my first choice because everyone in UC those days told, oh, and REC Rourkela has the best mechanical engineering department in the eastern part of the country, and it is even better than that in IIT Kharagpur. So you choose REC mechanical. But then Professor Misra asked me, do you know we have opened computer science for the first time in its typical American accent in Arishi. And we are probably the third Arishi to open this branch. Why don't you choose this? But then I narrated that I was advised to choose mechanical engineering because it is the best in the eastern part of the country. Then he told, yes, indeed, you are going to join one of the best faculties in mechanical engineering, not only in Eastern India, but also in the whole country. So that was my first interaction with him. Then my second interaction with him was when I faced a ragging and I did a formal complaint. And in fact, he called me to understand what happened. And let me tell you, in those days, that was 1986, and he had zero tolerance for ragging. Still, in some of our best academic institutions, we are grappling with the problem of ragging. But ragging was a zero tolerance for Professor Misra. And then we didn't face any ragging in our first year, but in our second year, we faced a mass ragging. In fact, then we saw the administrative side of Professor Misra. He declared the college sine die for almost a month. And when we returned, he introduced the concept of inter-batch mixing in hostels. Like earlier we were like Hall of Residence 1 was for first year, things like that. But then he introduced like intermixing of batches. And if I ask myself, how do I get inspired by Professor Misra? Actually, if I want to put it, it is only excel, excel, and excel. He excelled as a student. He was never second in his life, as we just heard. And then he excelled as a principal. He excelled as an orator. He excelled as a human being. He excelled as a teacher. He excelled as a researcher. He excelled as an administrator, an academic administrator. He excelled as a visionary, and he was a true karma yogi. So all of us are so proud of him that we miss him so much today. In fact, few months back, he sent me a message, dear Nikunja. When I was very emotional to read that message. It was on Messenger, because we used to exchange messages and greetings on messengers on New Year and other occasions. He told, dear Nikunja, basically the content one message was that I am basically praying for the mercy of God for the last few days of my life to pass peacefully. In fact, after I read that message, I couldn't control my tears, and when I heard about his passing a couple of days ago, I was indeed very shocked. In fact, what I found in him was a teacher, a true teacher, who was not as much proud of himself as he was proud of the achievement of his students. Whether anybody excels in the academics, whether anyone excels in the industry, whether some of us like us in the administrative service, he was really very, very proud of us. Like Sri N.K. Mahanti told about his surprise encounter with Professor Misra in HL guest house. I had also a chance encounter with him in HL guest house while I was collector Koraput. In fact, I was invited to a function where Professor Misra and Madam Misra were there, and he was so happy to meet me. So, in fact, I also felt so happy. He wanted to visit a famous Shiva temple, and I was too happy to arrange that visit. And thereafter, he wrote me a letter thanking me profusely on the arrangements made. And that was actually what I learned, humility from him. And thereafter, I joined as collector Sundargarh, and we had frequent interactions with him. But then I can tell you, his love for the institute was unparalleled. The last time we met him was during our Silver Jubilee get together in the year 2015. He had come to bless all of us, and we had some light-hearted jokes with him also. But that was a different Professor Somnath Misra, different from the principal's image we had of him. We got a chance to know the soft aspect of Professor Misra. And so while I convey my deepest condolences to the family members and pray Lord Jagannath to bless the departed noble soul of Professor Misra, I also take much pride that we were in fact groomed by him to contribute to the nation building to the best of our ability. So thank you very much, sir, for inspiring us, and keep guiding us, keep blessing us from the heaven. And my regards to you. Om Santi, Om Santi, Om Santi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Sri C.P. Gulani, sir, the MD and CEO of Tech Mahindra from 1981 Chemical Branch. Over to you, sir, to share your feelings.
Good evening, Professor Rao, faculty members, Madam Mishra, Dr. Samir Mishra, Sunita ji. I can only say that it is more of a continuation of all our friends who have spoken before me, starting with our senior Nalini Mahanti Babu to Nikunj Dal and my own batchmate Varda. You know, it is in the last few days, almost every phone call that we have had has always started with anecdotes or memories about Professor Somnath Misra. We were the famous 1976 batch which did not face the ragging, which was lucky because we were the batch of emergency. We were lucky that Professor Somnath Misra, when he welcomed us, he was in a very jovial self. And I still remember that auditorium come movie hall come playground where we were given the welcome in 1976. It was like jokingly told to us that, you know, welcome. The good news is that after you pass out, you will be called engineers. And most of you will be lucky and you will get good father-in-laws. So I'm just telling you the part of his personality where he could switch into not only being a great teacher, but he could also have a very nice sense of humor. Like one of our batchmates reminded us, you know, she was in the hostel right in front of Professor Mishra's house. Those days, the girls' hostel was right in front of Professor Mishra's house. And she said, you know, the easiest way to get a good meal was to go to Professor Mishra's house and ask for some advice. So a lot of us have different memories. And I think that is what is important, that the memories of Professor Somnath Misra are going to live for much longer than today. And those memories are all about, you know, his neat handwriting, 2 hours of non-stop teaching. Yesterday, one of my classmates, Viveka Mishra, who now works with, you know, SR, and earlier was a senior VP with Reliance, he was reminding me about the Fe carbon diagram and 2 hours of non-stop teaching. So I can only say from my perspective is everybody that I have met has anecdotes. somebody reminds me about the last book that he wrote on Ayurveda, which was based on the knowledge that he had gathered from his father and grandfather. I have not read that book, but I can only tell you that a versatile man like Professor Somnath Misra, I think we need to celebrate his life. We need to celebrate his contribution to all of us. We need to acknowledge that each one of us who was mentored by him or had a chance to be a part of REC and NIT during the long period of 22 years. By the way, I remind you that in private sector, CEOs don't last for 22 years. I mean, Professor Somnath Misra, not only contributing to building the society, but also being able to be remembered and, you know, continuing to be a principal. I can only say is that we can only salute that person. We can only celebrate his life. And we are grateful that we were part of his life for a very brief period. And the impact he has created in our lives, we remain eternally grateful. So thank you, Professor Misra. And Samir, I can only say that you must be a very, very proud son. And we, as his students, will live on his memories and on his teachings. So again, thank you, and wish you all brave remembrances, and more importantly, you know, praying for the soul of Professor Somnath Misra. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now request Ms. Soma Mandal, the Chairperson, Steel Authority of India, 1984 batch electrical, to share her feelings. Ma'am, please.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Misra, Dr. Samir Misra, Sunita ji, Professor Rao, and all seniors of NITRAA, and also other members, all who are connected here. Thank you first to NITRAA for organizing this Shraddhanjali by NITRAEans. We all get an opportunity to speak. And I was very deeply saddened to learn about Professor Misra's demise. He had been a stellar academician, which all of my previous speakers have spoken. He has been a mentor and a very strong academician. I did not get the opportunity to be taught by him. I have a very good memories during my time when I joined between 80 to 84 when I studied there, because we used to, from our hostel, when we used to walk down to our college, on the left-hand side was the lovely bungalow with lovely flowers, and we used to sometimes peep in and see Professor Misra or Madam Misra there, with all respect, regard, and in awe. When I was in college, very few girls studied there. All of us were very comfortable, and the environment was very conducive for us there. When I think back, I realized this must have happened because of Professor Misra's involvement and his very strong leadership capability. You see the discipline, the teaching, the staff involvement, and also managing, as my previous speaker told, the mischievous students must not have been easy. And his being there for 22 years paved the path for this institute to become one of the institutes of national repute, adding branches, those days having mining, subsequently computer science. I'm sure he must have really, with a clear mind and passion, tried to add those departments and to see this institution grow. Recently I received a very nice message from him once I took over as a chairman, congratulating me. And it was a very personal message speaking about me. It was that day I realized, oh, did he really notice me during that 82, 84 period I studied there? I thought I was non-existent for him. Not only for him, for many of the teachers there. So for him to have noticed a student among more than 1,000 there who was not in his discipline, I'm sure he was really involved and passionate about each and every student there. And he subsequently also kept track of how his students were doing. That was his level of involvement. That was his level of passion for this institute. His contribution has been immense. Contribution to the institute has no parallels. Contribution to the academic institutions, academic part, or even the growth of the students has been immense. I would pay homage to Professor Misra and pay my condolence to Madam, to his children, and may his soul rest in peace. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. I now request Professor Prashant Mahapatra, the Vice Chancellor, UC Davis, from 1986 batch electrical. Professor Mahapatra, sir, over to you.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Just a quick correction, Asutosh. I'm from 87 batch, not 86. This is, it's actually pretty early in the morning here in California. It is a distinct honor for me to join this celebration of life event for Professor Somnath Misra. My sincere condolences to Mrs. Misra, Samir, and Sunita. I don't recollect meeting Samir, but Sunita, I know her very well. She lives less than a couple hours from where I live here in California. Many things have been spoken regarding Professor Misra, and I will avoid repeating any of those, but I do remember him as a true scholar and a visionary leader. You know, we had a distinct opportunity to be under his leadership during especially my 4 years at REC Rourkela. And like any other students, we don't get too many opportunities to meet one-on-one with the principal. I do remember once I had that opportunity, I was the coordinator of the study tour when we were in 3rd year. And I went with the entire plan for his approval. And after 4 or 5 minutes of giving all my plan to him, his question about the study tour plan was, Prashant, this is all about tour. What is the study part? I was so embarrassed. Unfortunately, I didn't have a good answer because the reality was, it was planned as a tour. You know, jokes aside, Professor Misra was a voice of inspiration. His presence was an inspiration for us. Studying at an institute where we had the feel of the presence of Professor Misra, that was a big inspiration for us. His speeches, as has been told before, was always so inspiring. And it was a pleasure to listen to him. Passing by him through the hallway was also an inspiration. Actually, I met him. I had more one-on-one interaction after I had left Rourkela and after he had retired from NIT. We had a few meetings at Bhubaneswar, but I distinctly remember one meeting that I want to highlight about a different part that has not been spoken yet. So he and I got engaged in this view about social responsibility, social citizenship. I never knew he had that much in-depth interest in those. We all, having been taught at NIT Rourkela, we have taken different career paths, but we do. So he was making me realize that we do owe our social responsibilities. It's kind of parallel to corporate responsibilities. We personally should have social responsibilities and social citizenship. These are some of the things that we always consider Professor Misra in mentoring us, guiding us, and being a thought leader for us throughout our career. And it's truly an honor to have known Professor Misra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Atanu Bhumik, sir, who is the DIC RSP, Rourkela Steel Plant, and 1988 Metallurgy Engineering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, all of you. Esteemed Dr. Rao, Director of Energy Rourkela, all my seniors, Somnath Misra, son of Professor Misra. Today on this occasion, I remember Dr. Somnath Misra walking down the road beside the auditorium to his office in a stoic and calm manner. That is the picture that I recollect. He never taught us in metallurgy. And in fact, the most vivid memory of mine about Dr. Misra is the day he called me when I had applied for changing my branch from electrical to metallurgy. He had just called me and asked me, are you in your senses that you are changing from electrical to metallurgy? Have you consulted your parents? I said, yes, I've done that. And it's my decision to pursue my further studies in metallurgy. And he said, okay, I'm also a metallurgist. And if you're studying metallurgy, I wish you all success in that field. So that day, I would never forget in my life. Dr. Misra was a brilliant academician, and all regards to him for having built up the erstwhile REC Rourkela to its present status. I mean, the way it has grown up. I mean, the days when we were there in college, and now when I go to NIT, the change, the metamorphosis that has happened, it had all started during that time. The vision that he had and the principles that he enshrined are something that I have always tried to emulate. And the able administrator that he was, and in preventing ragging in the hostels and disciplining the students, would always be remembered. As a principal, as a teacher, as a innovator, as a researcher, he was a pole star. No doubt about the fact. And I would always pray for this revered soul to rest in peace and wish that his family, his son, daughter, and Madam Misra be always happy, and the Almighty showers the choicest of blessings on the family. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Sri Sandeep Das, sir, the former MDGO and 1978 mechanical engineer, to share his feelings. Over to you, sir.
Professor Rao, Mrs. Sushma Misra, Dr. Samir Misra, Sunita, I don't know if she's here, but I guess it will convey to her my most profound regards for Padma Shri Nalini Mahanti, who's our board member, and we call him Nalini Bhai, and all my alumni members and students past and present, and faculty members. I am deeply saddened today because I feel a large part of my growing up and formative years have now plunged into a void with the passing away of Dr. Somnath Misra. Unlike many of the speakers today who had interactions with him and also had associations with him later, and there were students junior to me who enjoyed a full tenure during their stay of Dr. Misra, I had a very brief interaction. In fact, Dr. R. Misra was the principal of REC Rourkela at that time. And then he left, and there were a number of other people who stood in their position, including Dr. Ellen Misra, who sort of was the caretaker principal. And then suddenly, when I was about 18 or 19 years old, in my penultimate year in RSC, I think I was in fourth year, this young, dashing, debonair, handsome, brilliant, academically brilliant man stepped in, and he was all of 37 at that time, and he was quintessentially not the usual professor. I mean, with no offense meant to anybody else, but he was just a different species. And the very fact that he had gone to the last bastion of technology, which is MIT in Boston, and he had scored wonderful grades there. And somebody told me that at that time, his marks that he had scored for metallurgy in Boston were not broken in a long time. And he has never been surpassed. So he excelled at the ultimate frontier for us. And he was a shining star. I must admit that at that point of time, we were all a little bit inhibited. We were not in IITs, so much euphoria in the country about IITs. We were in a remote town of Rourkela. The only name to fame was the steel plant. And then suddenly, the famous Maya Angelou said, it was not about what somebody said or did, feel. And I think Professor Mishra's coming into the college during our formative years was of enormous pride, and it instilled enormous self-belief in us. I mean, I can't tell you the change. And so I will not talk about instances of what happened with him, because the last I saw him was in 1978. And then I spoke to him in 2017, 18, when I invited him to come for the Delhi function. And he was most gracious, and he was trying very hard to sort of come, but he couldn't come for certain reasons. And I was very, very disappointed. His presence was nothing short of an inspiration, and he was the one who actually instilled in us the belief that we can go out and conquer the world and do the best that we can globally. And so many of the students after that, the entire generation of students got inspired because of him. Last night, I was talking to my Mausi, Puni Mausi, whose husband, my own Mosa was Professor Ajoy Mahanti, for whom we set up a chair. And he passed away, and she was talking very fondly of Professor Mishra and Mrs. Mishra, who apparently once had dinner with them when it was on their anniversary. And she said that he was very, very spiritual as well, and he was an ardent devotee of Lord Jagannath. So, it adds an all-roundedness to a person, that Western personality, educated abroad, still humble and rooted. And the very fact that he came back to teach at a time when so many of us said that he could have been a star anywhere. He could have been a big corporate honcho for all you care. So I remember in school when we were doing Julius Caesar, somebody talking of Julius Caesar said, he doth bestride the world like Colossus. And that was Professor Mishra. So today, without taking too much time, I must tell everybody that let us not mourn Dr. Misra. Let us celebrate the glory of his life and what he did for all of us. And, we are joined in prayers with the family, and there are thousands of students who walk the corridors under his stewardship. We'll all join the family in the prayers. But, he reminded us that an institution is not a building of 4 walls, but it is tomorrow inside it. So with that, I offer my humble homage to a great person who changed our lives. I'm unfortunate that I couldn't spend time with him as much as many of you did, which is my loss. And my heart goes out to the entire family. And he's watching over us. And God bless us all. And God bless him wherever he is. We are really humbled with his presence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Professor Lakshmindra Behra, the director of IIT Mandi, to share his feelings.
Thank you, Professor Rao, Director NIT Rourkela, Dr. Samir Misra, the son of Professor Somnath Misra, all the Rankolians or NITRAAs. It's actually indeed a great moment to celebrate the life of Professor Somnath Misra. Personally, I had not any opportunity to interact with him personally. So when Ashok Bhai asked me if I would be able to speak something about him, I thought for a moment. I said, I must speak, because when we joined, I joined IIT Rourkela in 1984, and all that we had for Professor Somnath Misra is awe and reverence. He was such brilliant. Now, everywhere we would hear, he is simply brilliant. He is second to none. And my first encounter with him is that when we joined in the hostel, Hall 1 hostel, he came along with all the management staff, head of the department, and he introduced everyone. And with the grace he introduced each one of them was really made us to feel that we are under proper protection, proper safety, under proper care. So the real as a person, my interaction with him is that when I sat for the interview for the lecturer position at the very same alma mater, Arish Rourkela, in 1990, after I finished both BTech and BSc Engineering and MS Engineering, I was working with Professor Mahanti, and there was kind of a rumor that Professor Mahanti and Professor Somnath Misra, they're North Pole and South Pole, and hence, I may not be selected. So I was really nervous. And when I entered into the interview world, the way he welcomed me, the way he made me feel that I'm just, he felt me so inviting. That's the only experience I had, and I felt here is a very beautiful personality. Above all that accolades he has in terms of his scholastic ability, his administration, anybody who can govern an institute for 22 years, he must be a person of steel. And that we can tell with confidence, because managing an institute for 5 years is just like a Herculean task, and 22 years. So this is only a person like Professor Misra can do it. And my last the last time I saw him, when I went to NITRAA Rourkela for the 25-year alumni union in 2013, he came and I spoke about varieties of topics, including his glorification of the technocrats, even taking into the other fields beyond the normal field where people enter as a technocrat. So, the memory that I have about Professor Somnath Misra is that a person for whom I adore, that is how we lived our life at Arish Rourkela. And as in Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Desmin yatha kaumaram jauvanam jara tatha dehantar prapti dhira statra namujati. So consciousness is passing in this very body from boyhood to youth to old age, but again, it will have its own role by the grace of the Lord. So on this very occasion, I had a great opportunity to hear about his glories from many of you now, and I personally pray to Lord Jagannath that he will be under his perfect shelter. And I pray for his family members that they will get the strength to withstand this loss. And we have the occasion to celebrate his life, and particularly as a proud Odia. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Professor Mahapatra. Professor Vera. I now request Professor Bansidhar Maji sir, the Vice Chancellor of VSSUT, to share his feelings.
Honorable Professor Rao, Director of NIT Rourkela, and my fellow NITRANs. In fact, at the very outset, I pay my sincere tribute to Professor Somnath Misra, who has become our leader for almost more than 22 years in his prime time. It's my privilege to be a student as well as a faculty at REC Rourkela under his dynamic leadership. And in fact, being a true academician, Professor Misra got his education from the top tech schools, both in India as well as in abroad. But when he has got an opportunity to serve REC Rourkela, he has sacrificed his professional life in order to bring off or to create an institution of higher learning so that many more technocrats can come up. And he has in fact made REC Rourkela as one of the top technical schools, not only in the state, not only in the nation, but as globally he has made NIT Rourkela or REC Rourkela across. I remember REC Rourkela like being one of the top technical schools among RECs during those days and was leading in the top ranks during his tenure. Professor Misra used to give utmost importance to the classroom teaching and he was insisting both the faculty and the students not to miss a single lecture. He was a man of discipline, values, culture, and tried to inculcate them into the Francolians and to all the stakeholders. He was a great orator and a true leader. His every uttering was meaningful and in the interest of the REC Rourkela. He was quite capable of handling untoward situations I've seen during my student life as well as in the faculty life, whether it is students or any other stakeholders like faculty and staff. I joined REC Rourkela in the year 1991, during which REC Rourkela was passing through a phase change, having academic autonomy from Sambalpur University. Most of the activities, conducting examination, publication of the results has to be done at our end. And I was entrusted under his leadership to handle these situations. And I have very closely interacted and worked with him. And I'm fortunate that I've learned a lot of things from him, which helped me to take up further responsibilities in the later part of my life, both at NIT Rourkela as well as outside the NIT Rourkela. Professor Misra's belongingness to the REC Rourkela was infinite, I'll say, and he has never let REC Rourkela down on any front. I narrate a very small incident in this regard. Professor Misra was visiting NIT Rourkela, REC Rourkela, in fact, in 1998, a week after when a major student incident happened, and there were a lot of damages done to the infrastructure. In fact, by that time, he has superannuated. He was coming to another occasion to witness. And when he saw the devastation or the loss to the NIT REC Rourkela, instantaneously, it has come out of his mouth. It pains me immensely to see the state of my REC Rourkela in this condition. This, in fact, it can be very well felt that how much close the REC Rourkela was close to his heart. And in fact, I've seen tears rolling down of his eyes. And after his superannuation, whenever we have met either in different occasions in Rourkela, whether in school functions, institute functions, his first thrust was to listen about the well-being of NIT Rourkela. So this is Professor Misra, who has taken off his responsibility bringing of NIT Rourkela, REC Rourkela to a largest level. Dear sir, we the Rankalians, the NITRANs fraternity are indebted to you for your invaluable contributions to the education and for making all of us capable of where we are today. You will always remain in our hearts. And wherever you are, bless us always. On this occasion, I offer my sincere Shraddhanjali to the great soul and pray Almighty to give strength to all of us, including his family, to bear the invaluable loss. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti.
Thank you, sir. I now request Professor B.V. Pishwal, the director of NIT Meghalaya, to share his words.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Respected Professor Rao, Director NIT Rourkela, President NITRAA, esteemed alumni of NIT Rourkela, other distinguished guests, Dr. Sami. A very good evening to one and all. Now we are virtually assembled to pay tribute to Professor Somnath Misra, the former principal of the erstwhile REC Rourkela, who left for his heavenly abode on 9th of July. With tons of anguish, we mourn and accept his absence from this earthly world. As I said, I do pay my deepest tribute to the departed soul. Friends, I was never a student of Professor Misra or his colleague at any point of time. I was hardly associated with him. And for that matter, I'm envious of those who had his association and blessings. However, I had come across Professor Misra on various occasions that left some indelible marks in my mind. I can recall a day in December 1978 when I was a student of Ispat Vidyalaya, Secretariat in Rourkela. Our school was to organize a science exhibition as a matter of practice and routine, which is held every year in December. And as a senior student that time, I was part of the team preparing exhibits for the purpose. On the previous day, the headmaster of the school had called a prayer meeting. The prayer meeting in the school is not held every day. It is done only on special days. And the headmaster had to tell some important things. Then only the prayer meeting is held in the school. The headmaster in his speech on that particular day told about the exhibition and informed us that Professor Somnath Misra, the principal of REC Rourkela, would come to the school to inaugurate the event. He then gave an introduction of Professor Misra. Last time we came to know about Professor Misra at that time. Being born and brought up in Rourkela, we have some idea as a child, and we know REC Rourkela, and we know who was there. We knew that people come and students come and study here. They are responsible for running the steel plant. They are responsible for creating infrastructure. They are responsible for giving us electricity and all that. But we never mind actually who is the principal, what is his role and all that. But for the first time, the headmaster introduced us, Professor Somnath Misra. And many of us came to know about him for the first time, that he was an MITian, that he was a professor in BHU, that he was a celebrated material scientist, that he chose to serve his own state and had taken over the reign of the prestigious college in a young age because of his caliber and credentials. So next day, Professor Misra came at that time, and we were all excited to see the personality and take a snap with him that could be published in the Samabaya, the routine bulletin of Hindustan Steel Limited that time. When he visited our exhibit and encouraged us, we had our speech at the top. The next time I met him was long after. That was probably in the year 1992, when I was a lecturer at UC Bulla, now BSSUT. And as a part of the professional requirement, we had to attend certain continuing education courses elsewhere. That time, Professor P.C. Patnaik and Professor Bimbadar Satpathy of Applied Mechanics Department organized a 15-day course, and we were there as participants. As usual, at that age, we are not serious about attending the 15 days classes, but we came here because it was a requirement for us. We thought we could attend certain classes as per our conveniences and could collect the certificates on the last day, as it was a requirement for our profession to get a promotion, to get accreditation and all that. On the first session of the course, Professor Misra was there for inauguration and talked on the occasion for around 20-25 minutes. And not being an expert in that particular field, he took a little fraction of his time in talking about the courage, the continuing education programs of REC Rourkela, etc. But spent more time on advising the young participants who were in early 30s or late 20s. And he advised us on the career and the importance of attending these courses sincerely and the benefits that we shall be reaping after some time. I felt like it was an orientation program for the young faculty like me. And after listening to him, he never missed a single class for the entire course division. Next time I had another interaction, probably in 2014 or 2015, when I was very much a faculty member here at NIT Rourkela. Professor S.K. Patel was organizing an event in the P.K. Parida auditorium, and Professor Misra was invited as the chief guest. I had the opportunity to interact with him for quite some time in that event. I found him to be the same personality, with the same vigor, the same tone, and as if nothing has changed in him. What a personality. Professor Misra was a brilliant scholar. He was a strict disciplinarian. He was an academic leader of the tallest order, a teacher par excellence, an administrator of great caliber, a legend in his field, and a persona worth remembering. Today, the institute, the city, the state, and beyond has lost him and lost him forever. I pray the Almighty to give the great departed soul all peace. And I convey my deepest condolences to the bereaved family. Thank you all. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Professor Sunil Kumar Sarangi, the former director of NIT Rourkela, to share his words. Sir, please. Sir, you are on mute. Professor Sarangi, sir, you are on mute. Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe I am not visible.
You are visible, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little better. I apologize for the bad connection. My computer certainly gave way, and I am working from the mobile phone and I am not so good at it. And Professor Mamester Raoji, Director NIT, and other faculty colleagues, my former colleagues who are there, and all the alumni of REC NIT, and whom I have interacted a lot during my tenure at NIT. And it's actually a sad day. It has been a sad day. From the 9th of July. We have been mourning the passing away of a legend of our state, and certainly much closer to our institute than the state itself. The first time I heard of Professor Somnath Misra was in an evening get-together of Odia residents of New York City. I had just finished my PhD from the State University of New York and had got a postdoctoral offer from JPL in California. I had come back to India. I actually went to REC Rourkela and met Professor Nagabhusani at that time. He was the principal. And then I got the postdoc. I stopped by in New York, and in the get-together of the Odia people of the city, I was invited because I was staying with a friend who was invited. And there I met some alumni of REC Rourkela whom I did not know. And they were telling that our college has now got a new principal, and his name is Somnath Misra, and he has come from BHU. I just heard it, remember it still today, and nothing much except one thing which struck me. In the crowd, there was another friend of mine who was a relative of Professor Misra. I believe he was his wife's brother or cousin. And this gentleman, his name is Shashi Misra, and he said, yes, Somnath Bhaiya has never been second in his life. Then I got an automatic respect for person I have not met, and I only heard for the first time that day. And I was curious to know how this person would be looking like, who has never stood second in his life, and how he would be behaving, how he would be talking. And that was in 1975 January, and so long ago. After that, I did not get a chance of either meeting or speaking to Professor Misra. Then, nearly towards the end of the 20th century, he was at IIT Kharagpur as a Tata Chair Professor. That time, I had an opportunity of meeting him for a brief period, and not much happened there. And he was in a meeting, and I could see him for the first time in my life. A few years later, when I came to NIT Rourkela, and Professor Misra came to a wedding ceremony, and he was very popular. Obviously, he had served the institute for 22 years, and all the faculty members, non-faculty members, all respected him. So he was invited most of the time, and he came. He did not take excuse of not coming. He almost always came to the campus, and I had opportunity of speaking to him sometimes, giving him my regards when he came. That went on for some time. Later, when the alumni events came, and he was invited, when these 25-year get-togethers happened, and Professor Misra came, and then he would speak. And there you would get a glimpse of his personality. What I observed specifically, that although people had graduated 25 years ago, Professor Misra had clear memory of their names, what they did, what incident happened, who spoke what, and he could tell things as if things happened yesterday. It was amazing, and that really showed why this gentleman never stood second in his life. He was an inspiration to everybody, all the alumni. Apart from memory and knowing the students, what struck me is the kind of contact he had with the students, the respect he enjoyed from the students of those days, and how it was run like a family. The alumni treated him as a parent, and he, of course, treated the alumni or that time students as the children. And it gave a very positive vibe in those 25-year, after graduation meetings. And we could see what, how close he was to the students. I always wished that we could also be teachers with that kind of heart and that kind of bond with our students, and command the respect of our students to 10% of what Professor Misra commanded among his students. One event or one little lecture from him I still remember. He said there that when he was a student at MIT, he and two of his friends, three people, once got together and promised themselves something. That was that all three of us, in spite of the wonderful opportunities that a rich country like USA is giving us, we will go back to our mother country and serve in whatever capacities we can. And this determination of the three MITians, the MIT PhDs, Professor Misra being one of them, and it materialized. They kept their promise. He came back to India, to BHU and then to REC Rourkela, and built an institute. It is true that the REC's basic foundation, very, very basic foundation, the infancy was guided by Professor Bhubaneswar Behraji, but the youth of the institution was saved by Professor Misra. And I can proudly say, and say with a lot of gratitude, that I was one of the biggest beneficiaries of that contribution, not only from the infancy level planning by Professor Behra, but more importantly, the youth level planning of Professor Misra. You can realize that if today NIT Rourkela is among the top institutions of our country, one of the biggest contributors is the physical planning of the institution. True, Biju Patnaik gave the land, he drew one boundary and forced REC, the steel plant, to give the land, but the planning of it, where the academic area would be, that the academic area would have its own boundary. Whether the boundary wall is there or not is subject to availability of funds. But the concept that there would be an academic area, which appealed to us, to me, a lot, and which actually created the positive climate which had in the campus, that was a contribution initially by Professor Behra, and of course, in the youth, as I said, it took shape under Professor Misra's guidance and his leadership. And the colony, the faculty residence, the staff residence, the facilities, the school, the medical center, the clubs, all are wonderfully placed, which made life so easy for all directors, Professor Rao inclusive. And all these beautiful things which made life so easy for administrators, later administrators, to give shape to their dream and the dream of the founding fathers, was wonderful. So NIT Rourkela will remain grateful to Professor Misra forever. And some people would be personally grateful. I am one of them. I very much wish that his blessings will continue to be showered upon the institute and all its administrators, all its faculty members, all its alumni, and all its students, non-teaching staff, even people doing business with the institute. All his blessings would be coming from heaven on all of us, and we shall be continuing to work and to contribute to the growth of our country with a spirit which Professor Misra pioneered along with two of his friends somewhere back in late 1960s in some hostel room at MIT, USA. We are grateful to you, sir, and we are looking forward to receiving your blessing all the time from heaven. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And I now request Professor Vidadhar Subudhi, sir, Professor of IIT Goa, to share his words. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashutosh. At the outset, I thank NITRAA for organizing this Shraddhanjali. I express my deepest condolences on the sad demise of our beloved principal, Professor Somnath Misra. I fall short of words to express my griefs on this huge loss that we had. It is not only for me, Professor Misra's passing away will be felt deeply by NIT fraternity, Rourkela, Odisha, and around the world. We have lost an excellent academician, a great mentor, and able administrator with infinite vision plans. I had the privilege of being a student in BSc Engineering Electrical during his principalship. I still cherish his amazing personality, which clearly leaves an impression of most influential academic leader ever I had come across. As a faculty in NIT Rourkela during 2006 to 2019, I have the opportunity to come across with SAR in several occasions. As a Dean Alumni Relation and Resource Generation in NIT Rourkela, I invited him to bless us in several alumni reunions, and his gracious presence has always made us so proud that we are always inspired by his speech and personality. As REC Rourkela's largest serving principal, Professor Misra made significant contribution to REC through his dedicated, committed, and visionary administration. Professor Misra has a big role in shaping REC Rourkela to an institute par excellence, which could facilitate in achieving NIT Rourkela to one of the best NITs in the country. He was a highly regarded professor and a principal of all the Rinkalians and Nitrans that ever produced by this wonderful institute. For his towering personality, humble nature, and compassionate behavior. He made significant impact in his research both inland and abroad. He will remain an inspiration to all of us. I pray Almighty God to give enough strength to the bereaved family for this irreparable loss. My I offer my homage to our beloved principal, Professor Somnath Misra. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. I now request Sri Anshuman Das, the former chairman, Public Enterprises Selection Board of 1976 batch mechanical, to share his words. Anshuman, sir. Anshuman Das, sir, are you available? Anu, could you please check?
Yes, sir, he is available.
Sir, could you unmute yourself? Anshuman Das, sir.
Anshuman Das is sir available.
Ashutosh asked to put his video
Ashutosh,
on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Now you do.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
I think there are some issues with the network. So
we can go ahead with video off.
So maybe due to bad network, we can move to the next speaker, and I will come back to you, Anshuman Das, in the next phase. We have Shri Arun Kumar Rath, sir, the former CEO of Vilai Steel Plant and 1981 Electrical, to share his feelings. Sir, please.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good evening and good morning. I think I am audible, Asutosh?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Professor Dr. Rao, the director of President Director of NIT Rourkela, Dr. Samir, Sunita, and Madam Somnath Misra, bereaved family members of our beloved principal, Dr. Somnath Misra. Mr. Basa, A.K. Basa, Ashok Basa, President NITRAA, esteemed seniors of my alma maters and friends and ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed, after hearing so much things from so many people, there is nothing new left to be spoken, but it's our duty to express our feelings towards our beloved principal, to celebrate his life and his professional contribution to this institute and the state and the country. What I was contemplating the time in which Mr. Basa has told me that I have to speak on Dr. Somnath Misra, though as Barada told that when we joined the college in 1976, it was a difficult year. We saw the principal from the very close quarter because we are the only batch in the college. All the batches left because there was a outbreak of jaundice in hostel 2, and this was Crystal Jubilee year, and it was a sign day. We joined within a month. There was a protest because there was a death in hostel 2, and to protest the death.
I'm unable to know whether you can hear me or not.
Asutosh, can you take care?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So, we were left in the college hostel, and all the year students wanted that we should leave, but Dr. Somnath Misra has planned a grand Crystal Jubilee functions, calling a lot of guests outside the college. And the administration wanted us to stay back in the hostel, but all the year students were threatening us not to leave the hostel. That was the situation in which our year started, our journey in college. That time we could see principal from a very close quarter with his whole team of professors like Professor K.K. Jain, Professor Pakla, Professor K.J.R. Sharma. Everybody was there to see that we don't leave, we at least participate symbolically in the college function so that the guests which are invited will not feel offended, and principal was not in a mood to cancel these functions. That was the spirit in which we saw his administrative ability in the college to start with. By looking at Professor Misra's life, academician topping in almost every stages of his educational career, after a degree in Indian Institute of Science and a doctorate of science from the on the Mecca of technical education, that is Massachusetts Institute of Technology, taking a job of a principal job at REC Rourkela. It's not a rare event because by the time he joined REC Rourkela, he has already served as a youngest professor in the famous Banaras Hindu University Institute of Technology. But which is rare when I looked at his life, that continuing it for 22 years in the same post, from October 1974 to January 1997. That was something which was rare. Looking at this point of time, when I was looking at a career of a person who loved research, who wanted to be frontier of the technology always. At the age of 38, a very active age when people don't leave research work, joining a college, REC Rourkela, who had nothing, this college at that time was more of teaching oriented. It's hardly any research foundation compared to any other institute of the country. It was not giving him the best of research opportunities. It is more of an administrative job. The focus is on teaching. Focus is on building people. Focus is running the administration. And somehow in the pre-internet era of education in which we joined, our education was limited to what classroom teaching and to some extent the library. No other avenue to get education, unlike this day of education where you can be connected with learning 24 hours, 365 days. That was the period in which we joined. Something which is very important, and I got the answer from Sunil Shraddhanjali. I was searching for the answer when Professor Shraddhanjali told that 3 of the MIT students had a promise that they will serve after touching MIT. Is very rare. The people who touch an institute like MIT would like to escape the difficulties of this country and have a good life in America. This was rare. At that point of life, that defines the personality of Dr. Misra. If you go into depth of it, why these people promised and why Dr. Somnath Misra joined even after BHU IT, who had a better opportunity as far as research is concerned at that time, to REC Rourkela, is it not his love for education? Is it not a deeply embedded love for the home state to enhance the technical? Is it not? See, imagine nowadays if you stay in the same office, go to the same office, stay in the same quarter, go to the same office every day, talk to the same people for 22 hours continuously. How do you survive if you are not excited about the job? And an educationalist like him, who would not like to adjust to situation, who has got enough opportunity to change the job. What does that mean? Mean is this man was rediscovering himself every day and trying to define his job, trying to build an institution, trying to see hundreds of thousands of students becoming professional. That's the excitement maybe he's getting from the job, for which he continued 22 years in an institute. Building of the institute, like Professor Shraddhanjali told, the youth of REC was built by Dr. Somnath Misra. All this he achieved by the leadership. This is at the cost of his personal glory. He might have written hundreds of papers. He might have written a lot of things. I am reading his CV, a lot of award. He must have got much more. He must have been getting much more if you would not have been fixed in a particular college, where at that time in 74 and 76, to go to his hometown, Puri, you have to go through a train which crosses 2 states like Bihar and West Bengal. There was no proper communication. It's not properly communicated. Rourkela was at its infancy. Leave aside Rourkela steel plant. It was at its infancy as far as we are boasting an airport nowadays. It was nothing when we were studying at 74 and 76. So with this sort of a thing, when he left the institute, he had chosen the same Rourkela to stay for another 25 years. And during this 25 years of his stay, I think I know him, I have had him more after retirement in Rourkela. He was a brand ambassador of the institute. Wherever he was going, it was NIT or REC which was present at that function. The forums, the social celebrations, the functions he was invited, he was nothing but NIT or REC personified in that area. 22 years on the campus, 25 years off the campus as a brand ambassador of the institute. How do you describe such a life for the institute, for our alma mater? I was just contemplating, how do I describe this sort of a person, a brilliant academician, left his personal glory and fame, stayed in an institute, built the institute, tolerated the type of students who are there in the, imagine all of my batchmates and senior can understand what we were in the college, what sort of a problem we have given to administration. People know what sort of a people you are. It was definitely not 100% study oriented time which we spent in the college. There was a lot of problems for the administration to tolerate us, to manage us. That was the problem. We are giving problems to the administration. He was facing it with a smile to see that we get ourselves converted to brilliant professionals. 22 years plus 25 years of brand ambassador, this man worked for the institute. Now we are talking of renovating banyan tree. I consider him as a living banyan tree of this institute, whose life is dedicated to this institute, to our alma mater. Hats off to this soul. Let us pray for his peace at wherever he stays, and he always will be blessing us, and we will be always be grateful to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Considering the time constraints we have and many speakers are also aligned, so we would like to keep ourselves within the time limits. I request all the upcoming speakers to be within the time limits. So moving to the next, I would again request Sri Anshuman Das, the former chairman, Public Enterprises Selection Board, 1976 batch mechanical. Sir, if you can share your words. Sir, we can't hear you.
Am I audible now, please?
Yes, sir. Maybe, sir, you can switch off your video to have a better bandwidth.
Okay.
So still we have some issues with the internet. We are not able to hear you properly, sir.
Video. Can you hear me now? Actually, I'm
yes.
traveling. That's let me leave this. Let me leave this. Okay.
Yes, sir. It's perfectly fine now. Please.
Traveling. It's fine now?
Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay. I'm really sorry, everyone. Good evening. Actually, I'm traveling. That's why there has been some internet issues. Respected director NIT, the faculty members, the President NITRAA, esteemed Madam Misra, Dr. Sumit, Sunita ji, my senior Rankalians and fellow Nitrans. Well, I have heard many of you. I'll try to restrict my talk to 2-3 minutes because I think there is a time constraint. In fact, we were in the prime of our college days when Professor Misra joined RIC as the principal. It was in 1974. We're in 4th year of engineering. And you know, 4th year of engineering is the most prime time as far as the engineering career is concerned in the 5-year course. Suddenly we come to know that, you know, and at that point of time, the college was also passing through some kind of a transition. The infancy was held very ably by Professor and after he led, there had been a little bit of, you know, there were principals which were holding forth for a little lesser durations, and college was definitely passing through some kind of a transition. And that is the time we came to know that Professor Somnath Misra, Dr. Somnath Misra is joining this institute as the principal. And as in 1904, with so much of less year-old person from MIT and with a little bit of stint at BHU joins your college as the principal. And he has to run the college with the student strength of more than 1,000 in a So initially, everybody thought how things are going to be with this young gentleman coming in as the principal, because generally we always think the principal would be one of those, a gray-haired person, elderly, and things like that. But when he joined, we found it was a very, very pleasing personality, one of the finest academic background, and a kind of academic background that anybody will be dreaming for. Eminent metallurgist with a BHU background, MITian, and so he had everything in his kitty which should make you look at him with awe. So very soon he started gaining confidence, gaining respect, and gaining acceptability as far as the staff and students of the NIT are concerned. I mean, the NREC is concerned actually. And we also found that even the civil society around those days, the RSP, which was supposed to be one of the most important, industry around, the district officials, he gained respect, and everybody started looking at him as a person who can be a good advisor and a leader of some standing kind of a thing. With this background and with his youthful exuberance, his gelling with us was extremely smooth, and that is how the way he started. That is the way he started building confidence. And this is how he gave the institute a new shape, a new direction. He was a visionary, led the institute for 22 years, and person who almost charted the group. I personally had a lot of occasions that I was not one of those best graduate type students, and I used to spend a lot of time, as a secretary of the students' cultural association and students' welfare. We didn't have a student union in NIT, REC those days. We used to call it the cultural association and students' welfare. I was holding the fort of secretary at that point of time. And I was associated with almost all the kind of events that the institute used to take up. And that's how I had a lot of interaction with him. And I have generally seen he would encourage. There is something which is helping the community behind youth like a rock. So the basic elements of leadership qualities is something which inculcated in the students by setting examples actually. So in fact, we are really privileged to have him. And personally to me, he was a mentor, and he was some kind of a star personality who started. We always thought that we'll help him in some way or the other actually. During his tenure, there were several transitions that the college passed through, from a 5-year integrated course to a 4-year integrated course, from REC to NIT, and several other things, an addition of many new branches like mining, computer science, and so on. So the college almost grew under his stewardship and all that. And I'll be absolutely correct in my and if I say that some of the finest NITRAANs who ultimately stood up in the ladders of hierarchy in the industry and took leadership roles in this country in the various industrial fields were produced under his able guidance actually. Personally, I had not much interaction with him after I passed out from college, but I had the fortune of meeting him once few months before I took over as the chairman and managing director of NALCO. He had come to NALCO on one of the functions. Possibly it was a technology day. And even in that forum also, the way he spoke about his students and he spoke about me in particular, I felt very much obliged actually. See, the encouraging people to take leadership role in any field that you are good at was his kind of a, he always felt that was very important. I only wish I had got more contact with. Extremely happy to see me taking up the role of the chairman of the Public Enterprises Selection Board, a position which I was the first to occupy from a technical background. And I must say that I give all credits to him for building up this kind of a career path for us from day one. I have a lot of fond memories of you, sir. I have a lot of fond memories of his family also. Madam Misra would probably remember my name. I remember Dr. Sunit as a young boy and his sister as a young girl. They were probably toddlers, and I had occasions to meet him at his residence. Had spent some good time with them. So I will definitely miss him. But as many of my earlier speakers have said, he is a person whose life should be celebrated and not mourned. Actually, he led a full life, and we had the best of him. We are all very, very grateful to him. And all that I can say at the end is, go well, sir. Our prayers and thoughts are always with you and with your family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Shri Dilip Patel, the director of NTPC from batch 1985 Mechanical. Sir, please share it.
Thank you, Asutosh. I am actually from a 1986 batch. Most respected Professor Rao, Director NIT Raukala, Madam Sushma Misra, Dr. Samir Misra, Madam Samita, other dignitaries, seniors, and other NITRAA colleagues, Professor Basa from NITRAA Alumni Association. We are really all saddened by the demise of our respected beloved principal, Professor Somnath Misra, sir, who left for heavenly abode on 9 July 2022. I pray to God for eternal peace of the departed soul. It is an unrepairable loss, not only for his family, but for the entire NIT Raukala family. His contribution in building NIT Raukala cannot be described by mere words. Already my predecessors have spoken so many on different perspectives, on different aspects of his life, of his contribution. Actually, he is the one who has shaped the careers of many students, and I am fortunate enough to be a student of him. Alumni of NIT Raukala have made their presence felt across the globe and have excelled in their life. There are many students of Professor Somnath Misra, including me, who fondly remember the association with him. Although I am not so much into extracurricular activities, but still, nevertheless, I had a few interactions directly with Professor Misra. I remember the way he taught us metallurgy in our second semester, first year, with a lot of clarity in a very simple way. I still remember vividly the iron carbon diagram he had drawn on the blackboard, which is still printed in my mind, and that which helped also in my professional career subsequently. That was the kind of competence he had as a teacher. Actually, our batch, 1986 batch, joined RC Raukala in the first week of August 1982, and on 4th August, we had the opportunity to listen to him. During the induction program, during the welcome address, I still remember his motivational words, especially he encouraged us. I still remember the words by saying that we have entered the best engineering institute in India. Although I know NIT Raukala may not have been the best, but definitely it was considered as one of the best at that point of time also. I also fortunate to listen to him during the Silver Jubilee celebration of our batch, 1986 pass out batch, which took place in 2011. His word is still ringing on my ear. He was not only known for his teaching in academics, but for his contribution in building the institution as a principal. And he was the longest serving principal of RC Raukala. He has built the institution in his own hand, and we know where NIT Raukala is placed today. With a heavy heart, I pray tribute to the legendary soul and pray to Almighty for eternal peace of the departed soul. I also pray to God to give strength to the family of Professor Somnath sir. I also sincerely thank NITRAA for organizing today's function and giving the opportunity to speak. Thank you. Thanks to all.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Shri Bharat Mahanti, the past president of NITRAA from 1969 batch electrical. Over to you, sir.
Good evening and warm greetings to all esteemed listeners. I'm sorry, after COVID, I have health and memory issues. I'll read out my written note. The CV of Professor Somnath Misra I have circulated brings out his academic brilliance and how our alma mater, the erstwhile REC Rourkela, made significant strides during his tenure. He was full professor at the age of 34 and principal REC at the age of 38. What the CV does not mention each about his extracurricular activities. He was a sportsman, footballer, and all-rounder. He took part in Independence Day NCC parade in Delhi. He was also a musician with passion for playing flute. He joined 5 years after I left college. After 18 years of his joining, I was invited by him as a guest for an alumni function, and thereafter our relationship started, and link was OBA, Old Boys Association. As president of OBA, his contributions are also substantial. He organized Crystal Jubilee and Silver Jubilee, attended Professor Behera with lot of activities, raised funds, and built a small complex in the first floor of present South Guest House, naming the same as Alumni Home. Professor Bhuvneshwar Behera was like a Gurudev of Vedic age. Professor Misra was also no less than a saint, albeit in modern outfit with chaste English pronunciation that caused misunderstanding among some. Under the veneer of American paint, he was a saint with a dignified mien, full of humility, transparent, sincere, focused, soft-spoken, with understanding and concern for one and all. It is remarkable to note that his tenure of long 22 years passed peacefully without any controversy or disturbance. After his demise, a lot of condolence messages from various social cultural organizations poured and published in newspaper. When I spoke to the organizations, I came to know that he has intimately mingled with the Society of Broadcast. On 20th instant, we are organizing a collective prayer and Shraddhanjali by citizens of Raurkela to be attended by a representative cross-section of Smart City. It is the Smart City who will pay homage to this great man. He was suffering through past about 7 months. As gathered from his family, among his students, Subhendra Das, former executive director works of RSP, 80 Mechanical, visited them more than once and provided a big help by arranging a good nurse. I visited them and paid my respects to Professor Misra on 28 June, about 12 days before his passing. He inquired my welfare and expressed with a sigh, why Lord is not taking me back early. He had posted in NITRAA social media in similar vein. I politely requested, no sir, you should never speak like this. His son told me that sir was undergoing terrible pain. On inquiry, Samir told me because there is no chance of his father's recovery, he is continuing to serve his father with approved leave without pay. He has stayed here for months. He is ICSE 6th grader with MBBS from SCB Medical College, has done PG in medicine in US and works there. I salute Samir for his devotion to parents. Coming back to pain, Thakur Ramakrishna also was passing through acute pain in his last days due to cancer in his throat. When asked by a devotee why he was not applying his spiritual power and getting rid of his pain, Thakur had replied, it is prarabdha. I have committed sin in some previous life. I must liquidate them in this life. Here I must speak about the lineage of Professor Misra. His forefathers had settled in Puri, shifting from a nearby village. His proud parents were Ramachandra Misra and Surjamani Devi. Grandfather was Vaidyaratna Maguni Brahma. They were Raja Vaidya. When Lord gets quarantined in Anasara Ghara after Snana Purnima, medicine or modaka are sent from his family even today. Professor Misra, the outer being, was feeling acute pain, no doubt, but his inner being was always connected to his Lord Jagannath. Lord has listened to his call and has called his soul back on his own Bauda that day. Both Lord and his Sevak have made homecoming on the same day. Both Lord and his Sevak have made homecoming on the same day. I genuflect and offer my humble homage and Shraddhanjali to such a rarest among rare souls. Thank you. My gratitude to Ashok for encouraging me to speak. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. I now request Shri F.C. Manti, the past president of NITRAA, 1971 batch chemical, to share his words. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Am I audible,
Yes, sir.
Respected Director, NIT, and my seniors and friends. I first beg apology from the family of Dr. Somnath Misra because I, being in Rourkela, could not visit because now for last 3 weeks I am in USA. And when Ashok Basa requested, I immediately agreed because this is the chance I can pay my homage to Dr. Somnath Misra. Immortality is something which everybody desires, knowing very well it is an impossibility. But here is a soul which has attained immortality. Dr. Misra has become immortal by what he has left behind in his legacy of contribution in the field of engineering, technology, technical education and research, and humanity as a whole. He is a great human being, has been personified in the field of metallurgy and material science worldwide. He was a doyen internationally in this field and technical education, but he has contributed to REC and state as a whole. His qualifications, his achievements and contributions are known, I presume, to almost everybody present here. Hence, I would not like to repeat them. Noteworthy, however, as I speak, is to share my little experience with all of you that my first encounter or meeting with him when I was a school student of class 7 at Cuttack, and he had returned from MIT. It was in the residence of my friend, classmate Somnath Misra, now who is in Rourkela, where he was residing when I first met him, little knowing that I will pass out from the same institute where he is going to be the principal. It was, of course, only when I had passed out from there, when he came in, the gap between his joining and my leaving was subsequently made up as a principal of the institute and I being an office bearer of the Alumni Association. We had a lot of interactions, very positive vibration from him, and he had immensely made this Alumni Association, now NITRAA, a world body. I had always known him as a person of ideals and upright principles. His contribution to the institute are immeasurable. Should it not have been for the strong foundation that he laid, NIT Rourkela could not have scaled the heights that it stands at today. Fortunately for me, I also had the opportunity to be associated with him in Rotary Club activities. He was a Rotarian. He was actively involved in social developments even after his resignation due to his personal reasons from Rotary Club. His curiosity about the social work and the developments Rotary doing was immense. Despite we belong to different clubs, he was always telling me, Fakir, I want to see you as a governor. He was instrumental in implementing many projects where society and community developed. He continued to be active in almost all spheres of work till he withdrew himself for his ailments. I used to get information from Dr. Mahapatra of High Tech Hospital when he was admitted and then came home. But it was so sudden that we had the news of his death. But it was on a very good day, 9th, on the Bauda day, as Bharat Bhai said, a good soul returns home. His demise, though, being a very loss to Rourkela and Odisha as a whole, we pray for his to attain Sadgati. I end by praying this for him. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namo. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. I now move on to Shri Venkat Peri, who has been the past president of NITRAA and 1991 batch MCA. Sir has been ill due to some issues like the viral fever. So he has sent across his statement to share among the members. I quote, Dr. Misra was our principal when I attended REC, Rourkela, and now NITRAA between 1988 and 1991 for my MCA. His aura as both a brilliant scientist, lead teacher, and as an academician was palpable. And as I heard from many in the MCA fraternity, and a couple of years back from him directly, that it was he who laid the foundations of computer science at NITRAA with the launching of the MCA curriculum. While as a student, I never learned directly from him, but in the last 5 to 6 years, I spent several hours with him both in the US and in India. He was grace personified. His ability to grasp, even in his twilight years, was exceptional, and so was his penchant for fundamental sciences. He shared with a twinkle in his eyes his story as a student from Puri to IISc, and he had an equally amazing opportunity at Andhra University, and then to the corridors of MIT, and how a few friends at MIT decided to return to serve India was just not inspirational, but can moist one's eyes. I had the honor of spending a couple of hours at his residence in Rourkela, where he and Mrs. Misra were graceful and welcoming. He was proud of his Odisha roots and Indian heritage, but had the large heart to embrace everyone. Om Shanti. Shanti. Unquote. Now we move on to the next speaker, Shri Shraddhanjali Padhi, who was the past president of NITRAA from 1980 batch mechanical. Over to you, Padhi sir, to share your words, please. Prabodh Padhi sir, you are on mute.
Is it audible now?
Yes, sir.
Namaskar, respected Professor Uma Rao, Director NIT, Dr. Samir, son of late Professor Misra, Madam Misra, and Susmita, and our senior alumni, my friends, Mr. Basa, President NITRAA, and ladies and gentlemen. Today, the program which has been organized is praiseworthy, and we have got the opportunity to speak a few words about Professor Misra. I'll just quote certain 3-4 events because the time is less. So I remember, because being the second generation of Rourkela, I remember that a lot of my cousins and my relatives were studying in then REC, and one such cousin I would quote, he was studying metallurgy and his name was Sujit. He passed out in 1975. So in 1974, when Professor Misra joined, my cousin used to visit us, and he said, we have got a great genius as our principal now. And when he starts taking class, there is no absenteeism at all, 100% attendance. So we were actually amazed to listen to this, because I was 5 years junior to him. And he said way back in 1974, and he passed out in 75, engineering from REC. Now, in this year 1975, when we were almost on the verge of joining REC, we passed out pre-university. And at that time, as you all know, it was 5-year course. And after pre-university, many of our friends who hail from Rourkela, we are the second generation and we are from Ispat Vidyalaya. Many of us were interested to join REC at that time. And incidentally, the pre-university result was getting delayed and the first selection was almost were just getting started. So we approached Professor Misra and we requested him, sir, can you just help us in getting our result out early? And can you put a word to the Vice Chancellor so that we can get the result physically? Because during those days, the physical result was required to be submitted and it was PCME, Physics, Chemistry, Mathematics, English in pre-university or any other, you can say first year or whatever. So we went to the university, obtained only because of his help before joining the institute. Just imagine what is his passion for the students. So we went to the university, Sambalpur University, and obtained our results, submitted, and got into REC and got mechanical at that point of time, which was the most sought for department. Having said so, and I again recapitulated my cousin's version, when he started teaching metallurgy in our class, being mechanical, there are 4 papers in metallurgy, as we all know. He was starting the blackboard with writing right from the left corner and ending on the right corner. And he was such a teacher that we can never, comprehend. And at the same time, he was a great administrator. Then the third event that I would like to say that during our 25 years Silver Jubilee in 2005, when we went and invited him, he immediately recognized us. And the best part is, he remembered many of our name by first name. He immediately acknowledged our invitation and he came to our function as a chief guest on that morning on our Silver Jubilee in 2005. Then the last incident that I would like to say that the global meet at Bhubaneswar, I had personally gone to his house and invited, and Mr. Sanjay Manti was there in Bhubaneswar, and many others also went along with me, my friends at Rourkela, Mr. Endas, Mr. Sudhanshu Pradhan and Subudas and all. He agreed to go, but unfortunately he was also having ill health at that point of time. Finally, he could not attend. But I must say, we have got a person like Professor Somnath Misra, which most of the speakers have already spoken about him. And now I hereby end my talk here, and I pray for his Almighty for all his life to be in great honor and his family to be in a great peace, and their future life should be much better and quite good for everyone. And his blessings we can never forget. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Asutosh, this is also Basala. Friends, we are overwhelmed by the response of our esteemed alumni, and we are grateful to all of you for your reverence to our beloved principal. But because of the paucity of time, I would request all of you to restrict your presentation to 3 to 3.5 minutes. I'm sorry to tell that, but if personally like Professor Misra, to tell about him may need days and days together. But we have to finish it within a limited time. So I hope I will get cooperation from our esteemed alumni. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we will move to the next speaker, Professor Somnath Misra, who is a former dean, CET, and 1967 batch from civil engineering.
Hello, I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I'm listening from beginning till now, the total deliberations given by all of my seniors and juniors, everybody was speaking on Professor Somnath Misra. So respected Professor Rao, the director of NIT, and respected my senior colleagues and seniors from regional engineering college at that time, and all my juniors also. And I have got all respect for everybody and who have spoken about Professor Somnath Misra. But I will tell something which I was, because I was a third batch of engineering graduate from Rourkela, admitted in 63 and passed in 67. And from the day one, I have joined as a lecturer in the same college. And I was up to 85 there at Rourkela. And actually, I had the privilege of working with Professor Somnath Misra for 11 years, from 1974 to 85. So I have closely watched him from a very close distance. I have seen him. And because I did my PhD at IIT Kharagpur from 79 to 82, when I returned back from Kharagpur, Professor Somnath Misra told me, Mr. Misra, you are now quite energetic, young, and so you start a research school like that and teach our staff members for literally from new things. So at that time, probably the finite element method was very new, and I got my PhD in the fracture mechanics. So these two courses I offered in the college to my teachers, and also offered to many summer school and winter school teachers of the different colleges. So that way I was associated very closely with the academics at that time, and Professor Misra was encouraging me, you be with me and guide you, some students also. So I was along with him as a co-guide also for some time, and I left actually Rourkela in 85 and came back to sit as professor, and I became subsequently dean here and there. So it became, so that was the story. When I was at Rourkela for a long time, I was actually the different capacities of Old Boys Association heading from the beginning, because the college started, I was the third batch, so naturally from that day onwards, I was in the college, and at that time, Professor Nagovishne was our head of the department in the applied mechanics, and Professor Somnath Misra joined in 74, up to he stayed up to 96. So during this time, actually, I have left the college. So he is also relative close. Sometimes I may think that he may relative to me, because he's Tankarji Bhinai se more never, and Tankarji actually Sanabhai Badavai se more Sodunkar Samudhi. In that way, he is also known to me. So many times after I left Rourkela, I also was in touch with him over telephone, and during his illness also I was in touch with the telephone. He was definitely an outstanding and brilliant person and never stood second in his life. So all of my friends have already described about his career, about his student. So naturally he was second to none. Acharya Bhajar, only thing he could have got another lifting, but God has taken him in an auspicious occasion when the Jagannath himself was returning from his Janmavedi to Karmavedi in the Bauda Jatra. So he has also taken him, and he has mixed with the Almighty Soul, and he is now one with the Almighty God himself. So probably the good work that he has done, it will be remembered by everybody, and may God give him enough strength to his family, madam, and his son and daughter. I attended actually, I remember the old days. Tanka Bratar, poor Bratar, I attended just when I was a staff there in the Rourkela. That Samir, who is right now doctor, Tanka Bratar, we attended. Anyway, so he is definitely second to none, and I have definitely observed him from the very close quarters. And may God give enough strength to his family to bear this heavy loss, and his Atma may get salvation in the heaven. Om Santi, Om Santi, Om Santi.
Thank you, sir. I will request Dr. Harihar Behra, sir, from 1980 Metallurgy Engineering. Dr. Harihar Behra, sir, to share his few words. Dr. Harihar Behra, sir?
Yeah, in fact, I was driving, so I just stopped by. Professor Rao, Professor Acharya, Professor Misra, Mr. Mahati, and all the senior dignitaries and our friends. So, since it is going late, I won't take much of time, but I'll just present some of my views, which is like specific to his ability, like due to his strong some bonding with the academics. So in spite of him being very busy in the administration and all the affairs of the college, he should take our classes. He never used to miss a single class. And the way he presents the teaching. So one need not have to go back to books again. Even without reading the books, I appeared for exams, and that's true for everybody. I had a long encounter with him for over a year, more than a year, because I was the cultural secretary of our batch, which is presently equivalent to the president, elected president of any college or institute. So I had, there used to be so much of problems in the college that time, starting from ragging to the hooliganism of the township, power outage in the campus, like short pandemic, like, jaundice and so many things. And there are two major occasions in which there are about 40 to 50 of our students in each occasion were hospitalized. So we have to encounter with Professor Misra and with his senior professor helping him in the administration. So, while dealing with everything, he was so cool, while other professors being very, showed their anger, he used to be pretty cool. And this is because not many people would know him other than by his academics, because I have seen him very closely and dealt with the planning to have the first spring festival in NIT in Raurkela that's being held in IIT and other national institute in the country. So I have worked very closely with him, and because of some major disturbances, we couldn't hold the spring festival that year, but planning and everything was already set. So I would say that he was very cool at the hottest of the moment, even when other senior professors in the administration were losing their anger. So I'll stop it. I wish she will get Sadgati and Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti.
Thank you, sir. I now request Sri Suvendra Das, 1980 batch mechanical engineering, to share his few words. Das, sir, please.
Thanks, Asutosh. Respected Director NIT Raurkela, Sri Ashok Basa, President NIT Raurkela Alumni Association, my senior alumni and dear friends. First of all, I thank the organizers for organizing such an event to give and tell about our feelings and happy memories regarding Professor Misra. I belong to the batch of 1975 to 1980. In fact, we are the first complete batch under the principalship of Professor Misra. And I must acknowledge the fact that he was knowing most of our batchmates, and he was having a feeling just like a father for shaping all of us, so that from the student life we go to the professional life. After my passing out, I joined Raurkela Steel Plant. So there was a continuity of seeing Professor Misra throughout his career in NIT, the then REC Raurkela. And I must tell that every year something different was coming up, and we at the outside of the boundary, we were feeling proud. New branches were coming, number of seats were increasing, and NIT from REC Raurkela, then it became NIT. So after retirement of Professor Misra, he decided to settle in Rourkela. Then in one of the social gathering, I asked, sir, why you decided to stay in Rourkela? At that point of time, he told, do you know that in local tribal dialect, Rourkela means Amoga. So I have adopted this place as my village and I'll continue to stay here. Then he told a lot of things about Rourkela, which as a person born in Rourkela, I was not knowing. He had depth of knowledge in any field wherever he has entered and whatever he wanted to learn. We have shared many times the dais also. I was a listener to him, and each of his speech, whenever on whatever topic he used to give, there were a lot of takeaways from all his speeches. That is what Professor Misra is. And all of us are proud that he was our principal. I do remember when I was Executive Director Works of Rourkela Steel Plant, our hot strip mill project got stopped because there was no environment clearance. As an expert of Orissa Pollution Control Board, he was given his advice was sought to give the report on the environmental impact. When I approached sir, you are the expert for giving us the environment impact assessment. Should I come to you? Just see the magnanimity of Professor Misra. He told, no, I'll go to your place. I'll find out whatever is to be done. And he visited consecutively for 2 days, sat in Executive Director Projects Conference Room for 2 days for 6 hours each. He prepared his report and submitted it within a week. That is the kind of relationship. And at the end, he told, I'll never let my students down. Always you will have success and you will always have blessings from me. During his last 3-4 months, he had been ailing. So in Rourkela, actually, we have started a home-based palliative care system because I am the president of managing committee of Community Welfare Society Hospital, which we run for 120 indoor patients. 2 years back, seeing the lifestyle in Rourkela, we found that there are many persons who are staying alone and who are actually in requirement of palliative care. So we started that palliative care and started in January 2021. In that connection, his son Samir once contacted me. Then I came to know that sir is not at all interested in staying for indoor treatment in the hospital. He was getting admitted in high-tech, medical care was being taken, but he was not happy in the hospital. He always wanted to stay. So with the guidance of Dr. Samir, we provided the home-based palliative care at his residence, where periodically a doctor and 4 paramedics, they visit, check the vitals, give the medicines, and guide whatever is required, because it is basically pain management and other things. So during this period, my association with sir became quite close. The day I went to see him, I could not, frankly speaking, I could not tolerate sir is sleeping with blankets on. The moment he saw me, just see, he immediately recognized me. Not only he told my name, he also told my surname. This is what is our principle. And at that time, it was only 2 days before he breathed his last. And that time, I could know the another person in him. That time he was suffering from pain and others. He is not bothered about himself. He is telling, for me, everybody is suffering. Bhagwan mate nahi janta. Because the person who are highly accomplished, they also know when the death is approaching them. I have got strong belief on that because I had seen people jota ichha mrityu type lo that they get, and sir is one of them. Always with disarming smile and immutable sense of humor. I had seen many sense of humor during our interactions. I was never knowing that he also jokes. And he was having a lot of compassion for people. And it is goes to reflect a soul in its magnificence. His entire life was celebration of human achievement. So here we are all united to celebrate his life, not mourn his death. I once again thank the organizers. I pray for moksha of Sir's soul. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We now request Professor P.K. Padi, 1989 batch, Civil Engineering. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected Director Professor Rao, Dr. Somnath Misra, distinguished alumni members, faculty members of NITRAA Rourkela, and all well-wishers of Professor Misra. Life and death are such natural phenomenon that nobody can escape it. But there are very few personalities in the society who can never die, even after their natural death. Professor Misra is one such magnanimous personality and a living legend who will remain in loving memory of thousands of his students, colleagues, and friends forever. All of the previous speakers have already shared that he was a very outstanding personality and an efficient academic administrator in the field of technical education, not only in our state, but also in the country. He was an extremely brilliant student throughout his academic career, and he always stood fast throughout his studentship. During his administrative role as principal, he did not tolerate indiscipline of any students, but he had, on the other hand, a soft corner for the students who excelled in respective fields through their sincerity and hard work. His words of encouragement helped many students to excel in sports, dramatics, and other college competitions. I will share a little experience here. I have a very loving memory when our revered principal, Professor Misra, was felicitated by the Institution of Engineers, Odisha State Center in Bhubaneswar in the year 1998 with the Indian Independence Golden Jubilee Award in presence of many dignitaries, including Engineer Ashok Basa, our renowned alumni of 1980 batch, the past president of the Institution of Engineers, and executive vice president of World Federation of Engineering Organizations, and also a very famous structural engineer in our country. This day was a very, very memorable day for all the alumni members who participated in that event, where the great academician and the technocrats and the great professional guru received the award in this special occasion. After his demise, there is a big vacuum and we all feel pain and loneliness in our hearts. But our emotional attachment with him will remain as a source of inspiration to find light in the midst of the darkness. He has left his priceless inheritance, virtues and human values for us to carry forward, and he will remain as a torchbearer for the present and future generation technocrats. Mahaprabhu Sri Jagannath took him back to his abode on the auspicious Bahura Jatra day, and I express my deep condolence and prayer to the Almighty for his Sadgati of his soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we move on to the next speaker. That is 1991 batch, which is represented by Mr. Ravi Sahu, Electrical Engineering, and Ranko Chakravarti from Mechanical Engineering. Sir, over to you, sir, to share your few words, please.
Okay, our thing is starting. I'm leaving.
Ravi Sahu, sir, you are on mute. Could you unmute yourself?
Respected Director NIT Professor Rao, respected family of Professor Misra, Mrs. Misra, Dr. Samir Misra, Sunita ji, respected faculty, respected seniors and alumni of our institute. I thank for the opportunity to speak to on this somber occasion to pay tribute to Professor Dr. Somnath Misra on behalf of our batch of 91. I start by quoting, "Death does not take the work or our relationship. We celebrate you, Prince Sir." It was exactly 3.5 decades ago, in the month of August of 1987, we landed at NIT Rourkela campus, young, immature, and a bit apprehensive, not knowing exactly what we are going to expect. We arrived with our dreams to become engineers. However, little did we know that the next 4 years under Professor Misra tutelage, which would lay a strong foundation for all of us. Engineers, we all eventually became. More importantly, we learned from him to become good human beings and still continue to make lifelong associations with our alma mater. This is all because of Prince Sir, who we lovingly referred to, and we're fortunate to meet him during our 2016 Silver Jubilee batch of our batch and express our extreme gratitude to him personally as a batch. The vibrant community of class of 91, we refer as Friends Forever 91 batch, spread across multiple continents, are unanimous in coming together to pay our tribute to a well-deserved person, Prince Sir and Princess Forever, who touched our lives and made us what we are today. As class of 91, we offer our sincere condolences and prayers to his bereaved family, Mrs. Misra, his son and daughter, and to the entire Rourkela Brotherhood. Dr. Misra, sir, you were a wonderful institution builder. Like a gardener, you planted saplings like us, watered and tended to us, and shaping the destiny of our alumni and the institute. We indeed were fortunate to have you at the helm of affairs during our period at the institute. You were the de facto brand ambassador for NIT Rourkela due to your impeccable academic credentials and standing in the academic community, and the work that you did subsequently. It contributed to changing the regional college to National Institute. You left a mighty and positive impression despite the brevity of our interactions. Your speeches to students were always inspiring. In my third year, when I was the sports secretary, I had the opportunity to give an opening speech on the athletics day. Given you would be present in the dais, forced me to prepare a one-pager and read it 10 times, and before multiple friends to be able to deliver it before you. And this is the impact you had on all of us to bring out the best in us. Most in our batch relate to the person of yours as a very inspirational leader, and your very presence brought the best among us individuals. In your inimical way, you exuded leadership, and we see that amongst us and around us. An act like Sanidai is painful to a lot of batches before us, but we were the batch which benefited, and I would say to the batches above us that heal because of the subsequent actions of Professor Misra the menace of ragging has come to a zero in our institute. We saw a great administrator in you, and we reminisce how you emphasized the character building in the students through emphasizing on extracurricular activities like sports, games, NCC. And I just came to know from our previous speakers how you loved football, which was not known to me. In fact, during your period after 14 years, in 1989, we won the football championship in the university. And in the photo, when I see back, look back, I see your face glowing the most, and you must have been proud of what we achieved and what you loved as a footballer. As an administrator, you were always cheerleading in the cultural events, participating in festivals with students like Spring Festival, movie screenings in AV Hall, and holy celebrations, which gave us a lot of happiness because of your sheer presence and exuberance. You touched many lives in our batch, and in a very caring way, and as an example, that set an exemplary role as a great administrator. Post my conclusion, I would like to invite one of my friends to Ranko to tell his life-changing experience. In conclusion, I quote, "Death leaves a heartache no one can heal. Your work leaves a memory no one can steal. Goodbyes are hard on all of us. There are many memories that our batchmates across globe, including India, Middle East, and the Americas, will continue to cherish in our heart and mind. We will forever remember you as our dear Princey, sir, with the same pride as we experienced on the August day of 1987 when you touched our lives. We salute you for making us a part of your life and journey. I offer our batch's condolences to Professor Misra's family and pray God to bless his soul. From the class of 91, Om Santi." Now I invite my good friend Ranko of our batch to narrate his life-changing experience. Ranko.
Yeah.
Please limit it to 3 minutes because I'm forced to intervene because many speakers are there. So already it is getting late. So please have respect for others who are to follow you.
Yeah,
Please.
yes, sir. I'll limit myself to 3 minutes or less. So, Honorable Professor Rao, Director NIT Rourkela, faculty of NIT, family members of Professor Misra, and my fellow alumni. This is a small token or remembrance of how Professor Misra impacted my life on a personal note. I passed out in 91 in mechanical engineering. Until my final year, I only knew of Professor Misra as a very stern professor, reinforced by a narrow escape from getting a back year due to very low attendance in his compulsory course for mechanical engineering students. Well, that was the scare. I escaped. And then came the common admission test, CAT, for IIMs. I aced the test in 1990, and by March 1991 had been awarded final admission offers from all the 4 IIMs which were present at that point of time. But in May 1991, our Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi met a tragic end, and our exam schedule went haywire and got postponed. And this led me to despair, as I thought it was the end of my hard-fought dreams, as I had a deadline to reach IIM Ahmedabad by 1st of July 1991. So, along with my father, I met the Vice Chancellor of Sambalpur University for help. He spoke and agreed to help me, provided Professor Misra would agree as well. So I found myself standing in front of his house in a very anxious and, scared stage. Professor Misra welcomed me in and asked what was the matter. He heard me patiently, took in my dilemma, and then shook hands with me, patted my back, and congratulated me on my performance. He said, "You choose the dates you want your 8th semester exams to be held. I will facilitate your arrival in IIM Ahmedabad." And he did it. And I could make it to IIM Ahmedabad just in time. And in that year, because of Rajiv Gandhi's assassination, 20 students lost the opportunity to study in IIM Ahmedabad. So Professor Misra's kindness and immediate clarity on the way forward was really you know, a life-changing event for me. It showed me his values, and it was a lifesaver for me at a time when I was down for no fault of mine. I met him during our batch's silver jubilee in 2016. I reminded him about his kindness, and he remembered it quite vividly and would not leave me for the next 5 minutes finding out what I had done with my life after passing out of REC Rourkela. Did I have a family? What were my family members doing? It was so touching that he at his age still could remember and still wanted to know such details. Yes, he will remain among some of my fondest memories at REC. Please go in peace, sir. I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Sandeep Das Verma, sir, from 1965 batch Mechanical Engineering. Sir, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would, start a few things which will be useful, some nuggets. And, I learned about Professor Somnath Misra when he stood first in matriculation in 1952. As a child, I had an habit of finding out who are the toppers in matriculation and remembering their names. So that was the first time I knew about him. And then when I joined Ravenshaw College in 1957, he had just left the college. In 56, he was the best graduate of the college. And in those days, I also remembered who were becoming best graduates of different batches at Ravenshaw College. And he was, a guy who subsequently also never became second. He went to they called it, special BTech in Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And from then on, as we heard in the grapevine, he moved to MIT, which was Makkah of engineers, we used to call it. And so the things moved on. And I remember, again, he's applying to NIT Rourkela, the then REC Rourkela, for a assistant professorship. Fortunately for him, the then principal offered him a senior lecturership, and so he didn't come. But he applied in parallel to Banaras Hindu University, one of the preeminent private universities of the time, and they recognized his scholarship and research credentials and directly took him as an associate professor. So what happened is, after 2 years, the post of professorship became vacant, and he became a professor in BHU at an early age, in his early 30s. And let's move forward. He was very lucky. And when 1974, the job of principal was vacant in Rourkela, he had the requisite qualification of 2 years as a professor in any institute. But what happened is, they were not accepting him because he was too young. Then one day, I was then working in Aero Engine Factory Project, Sunabeda, and in the club, I used, his elder brother, Raghunath Babu, was my fellow colleague there. He was an assistant engineer electrical, I was assistant engineer mechanical. And while we were talking, somehow this topic came up. And he said, he has applied, he qualified, but they are telling he is too young. So the whole thing is stuck. So I was a very young, energetic activist amongst engineers. So I started, I was very angry that they are doing this to him, because we thought he was really one of the brightest Orissa has ever produced. So I, started talking to my engineering friends and met the chief engineer there. And, in engineers and activist circle, we became very vocal. Soon, Nandini Satpathy government yielded and appointed him as principal NIT Rourkela. Then I moved to Bhubaneswar and I became a joint secretary of Institute of Engineers. I invited him, or we invited him for the Engineers Day to give a lecture. We had actually invited two people who were very eminent at that time in engineering circles. One was Dr. P.K. Jena, who was RRL director, who had just moved, and Dr. Somnath Misra. And I remember that talk he gave about technological forecasting, which was brilliant, outstanding, and the best lecture I have ever heard on the subject, or, in general in engineering. And it still leaves an impression, strong impression in my mind. And I was then actually, I used to commute to Bhubaneswar by bus, and I had a co-passenger. I became friendly. His name was Professor Ramani Ranjan Das. One day I shared this about this is giving a brilliant lecture, and Dr. Das, he shared with me his experience about Somnath Misra, because one time Ramani Ranjan Das was a teacher, school teacher in Puri Jilla School of Somnath Misra. Somnath Misra was a kind of naughty boy, and then but average, better, good student, but not outstanding student. But he was a naughty boy, and so four teachers of his, they thought he has a lot of, he's a smart guy and he's not getting enough challenge. That is why he was becoming naughty. So the then school headmaster was Vaikuntha Patnaik, father of, our Sunanda Patnaik, and he, Ramani Das and two other students, they started paying special attention to him and giving him extra homework. And soon he became the topper in the class. And not only topper, in 4 years' time, this was started in class 8, he stood first in the matriculation examination at that time. And he was so brilliant that in his talk couple of months back, couple of years back, I think 3 years back, Padma Shri Gopal Mitra, who was his classmate in Puri Jilla School, referred to him how outstanding he was. And he said, I am not a good student, but Somnath was. So this was very interesting that from an average naughty boy, above average rather, he flowered to the best student who never became second in his career. And then I, should come to 2015, when, as the president of NITRAA, NIT Rourkela Overseas Alumni Association, I had the privilege of inviting and hosting him at our second Atlanta convention. And he came with his wife and his son, and we had a great time, and he had a brilliant talk there. He was the chief guest on the occasion. And since then, I had been in communication with him over LinkedIn. I mean, till a few months back, he stopped that. And I would really miss his, communications with me. And I hope his family and all his admirers, particularly his family, will be able to bear this loss, which is irreparable and irreversible. Thank you all. I am. I hope I have not been able. I have been able to give you some nuggets of his life, my interactions with him, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to invite Sri Sahadev Khatua from 1984 batch Civil Engineering to share his words. Sir, please. Sri Sahadev Khatua. Anup, sir, Sahadev sir is not.
I am from 1984 graduate. Sahadev Khatua, if he's not there, my friend, he took my, I have written for him. So if you permit, I can speak on him, on
Yes,
behalf
sir.
of him.
Yes,
Sahadev
sir.
Khatua.
Please.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Please.
Yes. Good evening to all of you. I am Professor Hrusikesh Naik from now in mining department, NIT Rourkela. I am starting my video. Okay, so the Department of Mining Engineering in REC, now NIT, was the brainchild of Professor Somnath Misra. In his own words, he writes the following paragraphs during our discussions with Professor Misra. Professor Misra says, I am proud of my creation of the Department of Mining Engineering in NIT Rourkela, purely as a self-financing autonomous discipline, which was adopted by the central government in 1 year time. They adopted the same for NIT Surathkal and NIT Nagpur. The Mining Engineering Department, REC, presently NIT Rourkela, is the prime mining degree institution in the REC chain of institutions. It was instituted in 1979 entirely out of self-finance resource generation without any assistance from the then Union HRD Ministry or the state government. After 1 year, the Union government recognized the relevance and urgency of instituting mining degree courses in their REC NIT system. They called for the project report from Professor Somnath Misra, and based on the report, draft report and curriculum syllabi, they instituted the mining degree courses at Nagpur and Surathkal. Based on Professor Misra's request, Professor B.S. Burma, who was there in BHU, Banaras Hindu University, he came to REC Rourkela to become the head of the Department of Mining Engineering. His outstanding contributions fostering our mining department are now history. These are the words spoken by Professor Somnath Misra during our discussion interview. I said to Professor Misra, thank you, sir, for your contribution to establishing the department. This was your brainchild, and now your child has grown up to a respectable height. I bow down and pay my heartfelt salutation to you, sir, for everything you have done for the growth of our department. Professor Misra again said, Professor Misra, after joining REC as principal in 1975 from the College of Mining Metallurgy, BHU, his mission was to establish a department of mining engineering in Odisha, because Odisha was having 45% of natural mineral resources, but they don't have a mining degree course in Odisha. That is why Professor Misra decided to establish the mining department in NIT Rourkela. Then the Union HRD minister did not permit this discipline in REC chain of colleges, stating profuse unemployment and consequential closing down of mining discipline in Chennai, Kashmir, etc. But Professor Somnath Misra pleaded that these data were outdated after the nationalization of coal industry by Mrs. Indira Gandhi. There was an acute shortage of mining engineers in our country. So based on the recommendation, based on the profound discussion with the ministry, Professor Misra could establish the mining department in REC Rourkela. The first year, I was the first batch of mining engineering graduate. So at that time, since the central government did not permit, so only Odisha 15 students were there in mining discipline. So Odisha government desired that REC, being in a federal structure, needs central government approval for the proposal. Then Professor Misra approached the then Union Minister Biju Patnaik. He advised Professor Misra to follow his determination, as in the case of establishment of REC Rourkela in 1961, namely to start the department purely as an autonomous, self-financing organization. Then Professor Misra campaigned with private industries, engaging mining engineers like IDCO, OCL, and several coal ventures, collected around rupees 15 lakhs and started the mining degree course in 1979. After 1 year, the same union minister recognized our mining degree course and took our proposal report, based on which he started the mining degree courses in REC Surathkal and REC Nagpur. So the then Union Minister of Education was Nurul Hassan, who initially did not want the mining engineering degree course to be started. This course in REC Rourkela was started in 1979 purely as a self-financing autonomous institute by Professor Somnath Misra. So Professor Misra approached several industries utilizing Odisha's minerals for financing his venture for establishing the mining department. The Tata were also approached. They donated 5 lakhs, and Tata chair professorship was also given to NIT Rourkela, where Professor N.K. Patnaik was the first Tata chair professor. So this is the mining department is the brainchild of Professor Somnath Misra, and he has seen the growth of the department. Now the department has grown to a higher level because of his dream has come true. So with these few words, I thank all of you for your patient hearing. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I request Shri Sapan Panigrahi from 1982 Chemical Branch. Sir, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to start the video. Can everybody see me and hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. Hello, good evening, namaskar, Professor Rao, Mrs. Misra, Samir and Sunita, and my fellow Rankolians first, because that's what I was, and NITians. So I will keep it short, and I will pretty much, the fact that Professor Misra was an outstanding scholar is an understatement. I think all my previous speakers have really gone through all the details of how accomplished he was. I will just basically go through few memories and episodes that I had with him, interacted some of my interactions. Only 2 or 3 words mainly come to my mind when I think of Professor Misra. Is essentially confidence, style, substance, and accomplishment everybody has already heard. So, I mean, the couple of memories, when we was a pre-engineering student, we used to walk down to the college from the first pre-engineering hostel. We used to cut through, right? You remember the basketball court was on the left, the tennis court was on the right. I remember seeing Professor Misra on the tennis court with the neatly ironed outfit, the white shorts and his white t-shirt, with his long sideburns, if you remember. He looked like a Bollywood hero in 1980s, right? So I said, wow, that's our professor. He's definitely a stylish man. So he was a unique combination of style, confidence, and substance. Wherever he was there, whether he walked into the hostel or in the hallway or in the class, he was beaming confidence and he was inspiring. So, if you were from the 80s batches, you remember time to time we'll go to his quarters or to his office to postpone our semester exams because we're not prepared. And I happened to be there and few of those delegations as part of this self-appointed committee called Student Section Committee. One of the occasions, he was asking everybody, so you guys want to postpone the final semester exam? I'll go one by one and you give me your reasons. And everybody gave the reason, oh, there was no power for last 2 days. Somebody said the food in the cafeteria is bad, we're having health issues. Then he turned to me, he said, hey, Panigrai, what's your reason? I said, sir, we're not prepared. So he just looked at me and smiled and said, at least you're honest. And so, he had empathy. He was a tough administrator. He really instilled discipline, and he was interested in growth and welfare of all the students. But at the same time, he wanted to stick to discipline. I met him 25 years later in Bay Area, when he was visiting his daughter Sunita and his son-in-law Subrat. And he remembered me. He said, Panigrai, by the way, next time you come to postpone the exam, you better have a better reason. We're not prepared is not good enough. And he just smiled and laughed, right? So he had a sense of humor and a brilliant man at the same time, very humane, very empathetic. He looked tough from the outside, but inside he was a really beautiful person. So with that, I just want to wish, that his soul made the divine. And though he has departed this mere mortal world, his fond memories, his inspirations will be always with us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I request Ms. Deepa Kapil from 1990 batch Electrical Engineering to share her views. Madam, please.
Yeah, thank you, Ashutosh. So greetings to one and all, family members of Dr. Misra, Dr. Rao, Director, NIT Rourkela, all my seniors and alumni members of my alma mater. We gather here today to celebrate the life of Dr. Somnath Misra, a visionary and the architect of modern NIT Rourkela. So even before joining REC Rourkela, we as Rourkela students were in awe of a principal of REC Rourkela who was from MIT. That was an inspiration for us. And as REC students, he always made us feel that we could approach him easily. And he welcomed us with open arms, be in his office or at home. He inspired us through his attention to details, dedication, and hard work, not through his words, but by his actions as well. When we met him later, he used to refer to us as his academic children, and he always emphasized the participation of the alumni in social service. He also referred to the corporate social responsibility, but personal social service was also something which he always reminded us of. And also about the contribution for creating so many brilliant minds. We carry your memories in our heart and are sure to make contributions in the society. And in gratitude of you, our salute to you. So on behalf of the 1990 batch of the erstwhile REC Rourkela, we pray to the Almighty for your soul and pass on our condolences to your bereaved family, Madam Shushma Misra, his son, Dr. Samir Misra, and daughter Sunita. Om Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now we move on to the next speaker, Shri Lanathendu Sahu from 1977 as electrical engineering.
Good evening, everybody. Madam Sushma Misra, Dr. Samir, and family, and Honorable Director of NIT, Dr. Rao, faculties of NIT Rourkela, my fellow alumni, seniors, and friends. Dr. Misra joined us in 1984 when we were in the third semester, and there are a lot of turbulence in REC campus. I think Dr. Misra settled down very quickly and brought in a sense of peace and responsibility among the students. We could see the change in the next 3.5 years. To cut it short, I never had a personal meeting with Dr. Misra during his tenure as our principal till 1977. But I was fortunate enough to hear him on 4 or 5 occasions in the group discussions and group meetings, which was quite enlightening and reflected his positive thought. Fortunately, I had a one-to-one meeting in all places, in the place of all things in the Howrah railway station waiting room. Myself and my friend Narendranath Misra, we are coming back from Delhi and waiting to change trains. Dr. Misra happened to be sitting in the waiting hall. We went and met him, and we had a discussion for about 45 minutes. He could recall quite a few of my friends whom you knew, and he wanted to know where they are working, what they are doing, how many students have taken up jobs, how many are still idle, what we should do. Extremely good advice. Plus, he also spoke briefly about his vision for REC Rourkela. It was a great enlightening moment. And I must say, the changes that he has brought around, I think the profound change was his improvement in the relationship with industries and corporates. 1977, 5 students were placed during the campus interview with one company, Utkal Machineries, now L&T Transform. But by the time he left, there are plenty of campus jobs available for students. Companies were coming in and they're taking and accepting students from REC Rourkela. A lot of improvement in the industry, academic interactions. We had a lot of guest lectures coming in by them who are talking to the students, sharing their experience, which is quite enlightening. And today, if NIT Rourkela is the top NIT and recognized as one of the best engineering institute outside the IITs, all the credit goes to Dr. Misra. Thank you very much, sir. My condolences to the family of Dr. Misra. May Lord Jagannath give them all the strength to bear this unforgettable loss. And I pray for the soul of Professor Somnath Misra to rest in peace. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Thank you, Ashok, for this excellent opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I again request Sri Sahadev Khatua from 1984 batch civil, if he is present here.
Good evening, Director NIT Rourkela, Mr. Rao, and all our faculty members of Rourkela, all seniors NITRANs, and all my colleagues NITRANs. I convey my heartfelt condolences to the bereaved family, Professor Dr. Misra and his family. Professor Misra was an amazing human being. He was very disciplinarian, very able administrator, a mentor who always motivated us. I was one among those last batch of the 5 years course when we joined in 1979. And I remember the day he addressed all of us. This was a small batch of only about 100 students. We are only 100 students. And he addressed us from that AV hall. He told us how to spend those 5 years in this college, NIT, which is a very reputed college that time, how to spend those 5 years there. And I remember his young personality, very intelligent and very good orator, and he always motivated by his personality. Whenever we met him, he always give opportunity to many of the students to meet him. Whenever we have some problem with the academics or anything, if you want to meet him, he was giving that opportunity. That is that human being, he was like that. And in all these years, he was motivating us. I remember a small issue in this athlete field. He was always coming to address the opening day of the athletic meet, and he will always be there throughout the half session of the last day of the athletic meet. And whenever we go to play to different other universities or other colleges, and it was his ritual that he will come and meet all the sports persons in the field. Whoever they go to this, the group who go to different institutes to play. It was a great opportunity to listen to him, and that gives a big motivation to all of us. Dr. Professor Misra, he was an amazing personality, very learned one. All the speakers have told volumes of his personality. With the time is very short, and on this occasion, I pray Lord Jagannath to bless his soul and bless all of us. We'll always remember him. He'll always be in our heart. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Sri LM Senapati, sir, from Metallurgy 1969 batch to share his few words. Sir, please. Senapati, sir, Anup, you could check he's available.
Yes, sir.
Or we move to the next speaker, Sri Jayant Mahanti, Electrical Engineering 1982 batch.
Hi, good evening to everyone and good morning to many people. My name is Jayant Mahanti, and many people have said what a scholarly person Dr. Misra was. I will just focus on a few things and I'll keep my remarks short. Dr. Misra was always a gentleman and a scholar. He carried himself with utmost dignity, and that is at all times. Being principal of REC was no cakewalk, but he did that for 22 years. That is something, some achievement. So he had to address issues across the board. There was never a single time I remember that he lost his control. He was always in control. Other thing that really stands out about Dr. Misra is that he had tremendous interest in people and their growth. Let me confess, I was in the middle of all troubles, along with Sapan, of course, and I had interacted with him and not in many occasions, not so flattering situations. So, however, when I was preparing to come to US immediately after my degree at Rishi Raurkela, for graduate school, I asked him if he would write my recommendations. And frankly, I never expected a yes from him. But I was surprised that he, without any hesitation, said, yes, I would love to do it. And it was something that was beyond my belief. I remember that moment vividly. And it was that dignity and that wisdom that was always unforgettable. And on our 25th anniversary, we met at NIT Rourkela along with all our friends. In 2007, we invited Dr. Sarangi, who was the director at the time, and Dr. Misra. It was interesting to know that Dr. Sarangi recounted the occasion so in his eulogy, and it was an honor to have both of them to be present with us on that day. We'll miss Dr. Misra, your vision, your wisdom, and the ability and the mentorship and the ability that you provided, and you touched so many lives. Our deepest condolences to his family, Mrs. Misra, Samir, Sunita and family. And finally, thank you, Asutosh and the NITRAA team for facilitating this, for bringing everybody together and creating this opportunity to pay our homage to the legacy of Dr. Somnath Misra. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Sri Vivek Mishra, Mechanical 1981 batch, to share his few words. Vivek, sir,
Good evening, everybody. Dr. Kumar, Principal NIT, Director NIT now, and all my colleagues and thanks to Ashok Bhai and all the organizers for the opportunity given to me for this. And I'll start with a Shraddhanjali to our beloved principal and the family with a shloka from Gita, chapter 2, Bhagavad Gita. Vasansi jirnani jatha vihaya navani grunyanti naro parani tatha sharirani vihaya jinna nanandi sanjati navani dehi. Bhagavad Gita says, nobody dies. Only just like we change our cloth from old cloth to new cloth, our soul changes the body. And I hope by this time, our respected principal, director NIT must have already taken bath in a new form in the whole world and available among us in some other body, or his karma would have taken him away from the cycle of birth and death. That is the ultimate nirvana, every human being and every Atma aspects. My real Shraddhanjali, already he was an ideal person, he's an ideal teacher. After retirement, also he served the civil society in a form, in various roles. I used to go through his Facebook very, thinly, and it used to be very interesting. For example, he has written, in 1956, he traveled by steamship from Diamond Harbour to London, from London to Boston, and from Boston he joined in MIT. It was so interesting and all that. And he said after he completed his MIT degree, DSc, he was offered as a research scholar in a Union Carbide to develop a material for the spacecraft. That is the kind of assignment, information he puts in his Facebook. It is all really very interesting to be in touch with him. I don't want to speak very long because already everybody tired. Now it's 10:30, more than 10:30 now. I just want to tell the best tribute to him is to follow his ideals, his principles, and his values and ethics. As a teacher for the society, for our alma mater, NIT Rourkela, and to the society in general. His principles are serve the people, give back to the society, be a gift to the society, and do that till the last. And be a team member, be in touch with. So I'm really surprised the way he used to be, touch with the students, spanning over 20-25 batches. The way he used to attend all functions in Rourkela, all functions in Bhubaneswar, all functions in Delhi, the way he was professionally dedicated and associated. The way, he has translated a book written on Ayurveda by his grandfather, Ratna, Vidyaratna Magoni Misra Brahma in English, and he put it in the Facebook. I said, sir, I want a copy of this. You tell me how to get it. He said, Vivek, send me your address. I'll send it to you. So that is the kind of relation he used to keep students and all that. So great. In fact, I getting admitted in 76. I had opportunity to go whole 5 years of interaction, and I had several interaction in almost every semester, every month, every sports occasion, every college festival and all that. He used to be active as well. It was a great memory, and he's always a mem keeper. Like Sandeep Bhai told you, this is not the time to mourn. This is the time, to remember him and to follow his ideals, his principles, be a gift to the society, be a giver to the college, to the society, to the people in general. That is the true tribute to him. Namaskar, Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. I now request Sri Shridhar Venkat, Electrical Engineering 1988 batch. Sir, please, if you can share your few words.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Unfortunately, I'm not able to start my video. There's a setting problem. I'll just speak.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we remember Professor Somnath Misra very nicely because I'm 84 to 88 batch. Everybody spoke very nicely about Professor Somnath Misra. In fact, my memory goes NCC days, 3 years in the college from first year to the third year, and in fact, I was a senior under officer in the college. We had a batch of people who are going around on the NCC grounds every Saturday, Sunday, and fond memories where Professor Somnath Misra is also used to be encouraging all of us, and the students that during the NCC, Mr. Behra and their entire team were there, Mr. Singh and all that. And during that, we used to have the celebrations, and used to be the chief guest of the events, and we had NSS camps, NCC camps, and cycle expedition, etc., etc. During those time, and we have wonderful memory with Professor Misraji. Misraji was ordinary to extraordinary mindset, and in fact, he from the mechanical and worrisome to calm mindset of a domain of compliance. He was changed all of us to abilities. That's we call it magnetic and wisdom and can mindset, which is from superficial to what do you call it, spiritual and detailed mindset, which all we had created during the foundations during this period. And in fact, we fondly raise the memories of Silver Jubilee 1986 of the college, as well as 50th Golden Jubilee and the celebration with Misraji, and wonderful guidance he gave all of us, and we really miss him a lot now, and I wish the entire family very Shraddhanjali to his the soul, wonderful soul, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri Ashutosh Datta, sir, from Electrical 1985 batch to share.
Hello, Ashutosh. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank for giving me this opportunity to speak. I just arrived back from India and DC this morning, so I was not sure I'd be able to give my homage respect. So I'm 1985 batch, electrical engineering, and I have many interaction. First of all, I'm a friend of Samir. Through Samir, I have a lot of interaction in New York City. I'll say a few nuggets about that. So Honorable NIT Director, Professor Rao, my fellow alumni, Madam Misra, Samir, and Sunita. So I have few memories. Professor Misra was a really source of inspiration for all of us, right? He was not only an exemplary scholar, but many of you have already spoken. He was a great teacher, a mentor for all the students. He wanted to see his students excel not only during those 4 and 5 years, but even after they graduate. And he used to advise us. I mean, I have some example. When I came to United States in 1987, after my telco days, I think Jayant Bhai was telling how he was, he wrote the reference letters. I had also approached him, and he was so happy to write the reference letters for my admission in USA. And then after my master's, I joined Columbia University in New York, and I was doing a part-time PhD while I was working. And he used to visit New York City many times and used to visit Samir's place. In fact, visited our house in New York City as well with Samir and Sunita and Madam Misra. He used to say, Ashutosh, don't give it up, don't quit. I know it is tough doing part-time PhD, but and then he used to give his experiences at MIT, how he was doing his PhD and lots of things about his advisor. In a way, that was a source of inspiration for me, and I was able to finish my PhD at Columbia University, and he was so happy after I finished that, right? There are a few other nuggets. That was the kind of person he was. He really wanted to see his student excel in all walks of the life, right? There are a few incidents from my college days, 1981 to 85. He was truly a father-like figure for us, right? And one instance, I will say, I was in third year, BSc 1, I think, Hostel 5. And he was a really brave person, not only a great teacher and mentor. There was some kind of a misunderstanding broke between second year and third year, and as it happens, right? And so people started fighting with each other, the student, and he was brave enough to come to the forefront to compromise the conflict that arose between the students because of some bragging or something. And during the process, he got accidentally hurt, right? And at that time, we are all shocked. Somebody say, Princey got hurt, right? I think we all stopped. Whatever we're doing, we just stopped. I mean, you know, so he was kind of a person that he could risk his life and make sure the students stay happily, right? He was a person who never allowed any police to come to the campus. A lot of times there's student unrest. It has happened in the past for many of us, right? I remember 1984 Bulla tragic accident. You might have seen many students died in Bulla during the time. And I was in final year at that point, and we said, Professor Misra, we'd like to show the support. He said, sure, we can. I mean, he allowed us to, he said, just do a peaceful support, right? So he allowed us to march through Rourkela, went to the ADM office in Rourkela. And, you know, so he was the kind of a person who really had support for his students and for true reason, right? He never allowed to precipitate any kind of problems. You know, we had problems. We used to go to his house, and he comes out to the gate and talks to it. Don't precipitate the matter. You know, please do it calmly. And so, you know, so that's the kind of person I remember him as. He was an eloquent speaker. I think many of you have spoken. He had a style as well, as Jayant Bhai said. I remember August 15th, flag hoisting ceremony. He used to give talks that are really mesmerizing talks. I was in the NCC, so we used to like stand in the back in the NCC troops, and we used to listen to that. I remember I had the opportunity, obviously, to meet him several times. 2014, 2010, we had Silver Jubilee, Golden Jubilee of the Institute, 2015. But 2014, I went to visit Rourkela with my family, my wife, Samista, and 2 kids to join Arijit. And at that point, with my friend Saroj Patel, I visited Professor Misra's house and met Madam Misra as well. And since then, obviously, he has been communicating with different Facebook. Other day, I was talking to Samir why Professor Misra is not writing anymore on Facebook, and he said he's not well. I think Sandeep Das Burma, he talked about the NITRAA convention Atlanta. He was gracious enough to come and preside over it. That was a very good memory for us. So in all, we lost a great person, a legend. Hopefully our association with him will make us a better person in life, and we can pass it on to the next generation. We can talk about Professor Misra to our kids, our grandkids, and maybe that will influence us to become a better person. So my sincere condolence and sympathy. very family. Samir, I could not be there. I had to come back today with you, but this is a very difficult time, and please count on us. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Sri Nalinikanta Sabu from Mechanical Engineering 1986 batch to share a few words.
Greetings to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, I'm on the road. I saw this invite, and it's a great honor to speak few words on this occasion. First of all, Professor Dr. Rao and esteemed family of esteemed faculty at NIT Rourkela, and bereaved family members of Dr. Somnath Misra, Madam Misra, and Samir Misra, and Sunita, and fellows, senior alma maters, and NITRAAs. My deepest condolence to Somnath family and friends. And it's a huge loss of Dr. Somnath Misra passing. It's a huge loss for the NITRAA community. I want to speak a couple of interactions I had during my, when I studied and subsequent to that. So first was in 1986. When I graduated, all of you have spoken how great he was and how many people's life he touched. In some way, he touched my life. So in 1986, I was graduating. I was top of the class, but I had no outlook of studying abroad, and I happened to meet him. And he said he volunteered that he is going to write strongest recommendation if I pursue to study abroad. He encouraged. But I think that was in my mind, though I studied subsequently at NIT Bombay. But that hope and that aspiration led me.
I'm joining. I'm in the
So one way or the other to move abroad, and now 25 years I'm here in Boston, working for Oracle, driving database technology in public cloud. So the second occasion, that small advice made a great impact in my life. And the second occasion was, I think, unfortunately, I have not traveled many times to NIT Rourkela, but 25-year celebration, I went, and he was one of the speakers. So this was the 25-year celebration for our batch. But I think he's an eloquent speaker. He speaks, great in many topics. So I think the message for our batch that time was different. It was complimenting our accomplishment, achievement, but his message was how we give back to the society, give back to the community and the alma maters. I think he was such a great man. I think his encouragement will always inspire us, and it is a challenge to live up to that expectations. I happened to meet him in the sidelines, introduced to him, and he remembered his time here in Boston. When he was a young man, he was probably only oriented very few India students, a student from India studying here at MIT, and his days and his fond memory of getting married in MIT campus. It's always very refreshing in the memory. And here we are celebrating his life. He was a great man, and his life is an inspiration for generations to come. And our prayers to God to bless his life and achieve Mukhya. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Shri D.K. Mangra, sir, from Electrical Engineering 1983 batch, to please share a few words. Sir, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Greetings to all my alumni friends. At the outset, I thank the organizers for permitting me to pay my tribute, although I have not registered earlier to speak. Once again, good evening, Director Professor Rao, Madam Misra, Dr. Samir, my sister Sunita, and all my senior alumni friends. Sir, I am D.K. Mangaraj, an alumni of 1983 batch. I would like to once again thank the organizers for arranging this condolence meeting on Zoom. I could not register myself earlier. All my alumni friends have already narrated how he was contributed in shaping our lives, what sort of visionary leader he was. Although me and my batchmates have a lot of memorable experience with Professor Misra because of paucity of time, I, on behalf of entire batch of 1983, I pay my homage to the noble soul who left for the heavenly abode on the auspicious day of Bahudatra of Lord Jagannath. I also pray Almighty to give strength to the bereaved family to bear the loss. Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I now request Professor Ishanjit Khatua, sir, the Dean Alumni Affairs, to share his few words. Professor Khatua?
Yeah, my voice is audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ashutosh. Respected Director Professor K. Mameswar Rao, Dr. Misra, Madam Misra, and family members, distinguished alumni, our professors, Professor Shraddhanjali, our ex-director, dear students, my dear alumni friends, very good evening and good morning to all of you. I convey my special thanks to NITRAA for initiating to have this memorable Zoom meeting to pay tribute to Professor Somnath Misra. I convey my special thanks to all the speakers actually, because many things we could know from our about Professor Somnath Misra. I have joined the NIT Rourkela in 1998, and I have heard many things about him, but very nicely narrated by all of you. Really, it is a great moment. So I should convey special thanks. Professor Somnath Misra, as our beloved ex-principal, 1974 to 1996, so more than 2 decades. Under his guidance, this institute witnessed tremendous growth and achievement. He was really a true leader of our alma mater for a long time. His passing away has left a great void that would be very difficult to fill. His contribution and efforts will live among us forever. So really, we'll be working hard to fulfill all this, the expectation and whatever actually he has done and our others directors are doing. So we must do for the betterment of our alma mater. May God Almighty give him the great peace. My heartiest condolence, and I pray God for Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So before we go to our last speaker, Mr. Shri Ashok Kumar Vasa, the president of NITRAA, and without whose guidance this would not have been possible. I just want to share from my own experience what I heard today. So I also belong to a very 2010 batch, like I had never had an interaction with Somnath sir, but with the views, what I heard from everyone, I saw that I could understand some of the very basics of who was the actual, the one who had actually formed the NIT Rourkela's foundation, all the development that has happened. My father used to tell a lot of things because I am born and brought up at Rourkela. So we all have a lot of gratitude towards Professor Somnath Misra sir. And when my father heard about this, he understands that this is a great grief. So this is the kind of, you can say, the aura the Professor Somnath Misra has. And today I'm very much fortunate that I could also be a part of this, to be an anchor for this and understand the kind of, you can say, the profound importance and the kind of work he has done So for all the batches around. With this, I hand over to Ashok Basa sir. So sir, please share.
Thanks, Asutosh. Professor, our dear director, Professor Uma Maheswar Rao, Director of NIT Raurkela, Madam Misra, Dr. Sameer, and other members of the family, and my dear alumni friends. We from the NITRAA are absolutely overwhelmed and speechless. Honestly speaking, when we had planned this, we thought that probably 2.5 hours will be good enough. But with my experience of conducting Professor Padmasri Gopal Mitra's obituary with Dr. N.C. Pal, we found that it was touching about 2 hours and 45 minutes or 3 hours. So we planned for 3 hours. But now exactly it is getting completed 4 hours. And believe me, these 4 hours probably have become one of the most memorable part of all of our lives. Because remembering Professor Misra is a lifetime opportunity. And being a student under his guidance is a God's grace. And we are lucky that our members of the alma mater, our alumni, have shown their absolute patience in remaining and till 4 hours continuously. That is really amazing, and that shows their and our respect for Professor Dr. Somnath Misra. Professor, when we are going to conduct this, my 2 younger brothers, Asutosh and Anup, have done wonders, and they have done. I was ably backed and guided by my younger brother Subrat Tripathi, who is the vice president. And all these 4 have done wonders, and I am personally grateful to all of them. On behalf of NITRAA, we really are grateful to all of you for sparing your valuable time and sharing your excellent experience and personal anecdotes of Professor Dr. Somnath Misra, who is a legendary figure. Friends, I would rather request you that we are going to have published a e-souvenir, which is going to be released on 20th evening. The time and this thing will also be informed to you later on. But I would request all of you that by 18th night, please send us your writing, write-up. Whatever you have told, if you can pen it and send the mail to NITRAA mail, will be obliged. And we assure you that we are trying our best to get it released on 20th evening. With all the cooperations we have got, whatever is happening, I'm sure, because Anup has kept a very good photograph of Professor Misra. And whenever I was having any tension in today's function, I was only praying because persons from different round the globe are supposed to speak. And if there is a connectivity problem, then that's really a catastrophic situation. And I was only praying God, sir, that sir, it is your function. You have always guided us in our student days. Please guide us to strive it through successfully. And I'm sure our prayer has been heard by Professor Somnath Misra. And because of his blessings, whatever we have done it today, it is because of his blessings. Om Santi, Om Santi, Om Santi. Thank you all. The meeting is over. The meeting is over.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ashutosh.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh, for allowing. I was in a hurry because there was paucity of time. I started running out of time. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.